Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. Let's do a quick audio check, video check. Let's make sure that everything is clear before we get started. Everything should be good, but just in case, let's make sure. Just let me know in the chat if everything is clear on the audio and video side. If there are any issues, let me know what they are before we start the live stream. Okay, getting some clear. Everything looks good. All right, so let me try to call into Blog Talk. I know earlier the elder was having some issues getting Blog Talk to work, so it may not be working. It seems here lately, lots been going on with Blog Talk.
Welcome to Blog Talk Radio.
To start your show now, press 1.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said to flee and get out of around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High Ahijah. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumors that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You're hearing about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoiler shall come unto her from the north, saith the Most High Ahijah. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall call the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High Ahijah afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escaped the destruction that's coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God, a higher, afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. That's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right?
Read verse 51. We are confounded because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces. For strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their God. Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus, Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High Ahia, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
It's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what an obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. But what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching here? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his whole program because you don't believe something? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay, his program was before us. And it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there. Well, there's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead thing.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath, bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream of Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon here for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Rawchaa. It is 7:12 p.m. Central Standard Time, April 26, 2024. And I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well today, this evening, wherever you are, whether you're watching this live or watching this on the rewatch. Hope you're doing well, that you've had a blessed week. And here we are again, another weekly Sabbath and another live stream. So we got to give all praise, honor, and glory first before proceeding with the live stream. Going to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Godhead, the Allah, the Elohim, the Elohim, some may know. But the Heavenly Father, whose name in the Hebrew is Ahia, his Son in the Hebrew, Yeshaya, and the Holy Spirit, Rawchaa, in the Hebrew. All right. Want to give all honor, praise, and glory to the Godhead for making it to another weekly Sabbath. We are here. And it's always a blessing to have a day where we can, take a break, hopefully, from our servile work and kick back, rest a little bit, actually connect to the heavenly realm and get the frequency from on high. And also a blessing to be here before you, brothers and sisters, with another live stream, Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon. Okay. It's never promised. It's never guaranteed that we will be able to, indulge in these moments in life, and so we had to give thanks. All right, and man, as usual, as each week passes by, each day passes by, each second, you could almost say it seems like things are getting more and more intense in the world with when it comes to Bible prophecy and things that are happening. So definitely have a jam-packed live stream for you all tonight, full of information, and hopefully bring some clarity and make sense of the madness that we are calling life right now, right? This reality. Let us get the title for the live stream for this broadcast. Let's get the title. The title for our live stream is The Fallout from Civil and World War. The Fallout from Civil and World War. All right, so we're going to have some stuff to unpack there, so stay tuned. We will be going in and unpacking it in due time, but we first must go through the announcements here. Let me get all my equipment and everything here so I can make sure monitoring things are good. So let everybody know we are streaming live on the G.O.C.C. media for our live stream today. All right. We are, it is the G.O.C.C. media on YouTube, the G.O.C.C. media on YouTube. All right. So, it's just easy to find. You just type that in your YouTube search bar. Also, the link is in the description of all the emails and places where it's been distributed, where you can watch on G.O.C.C. Southwest. The link is there. Just simply click on that link. But we are on the G.O.C.C. media for this live stream. We also are multicasting through Blog Talk, 515-605-9327. If you have something you would like to say, question, comment, anything you would like to add, press the number 1 after calling in. It looks like Blog Talk is working for the moment. We'll see how it goes. All right, so there is the number for Blog Talk. So make sure you're subscribed to G.O.C.C. Media if you're not. All right. Also, make sure that you are subscribed to our Friday night main YouTube channel, G.O.C.C. Southwest. From there, you will know where we're going to be. Here lately, we've been, here on G.O.C.C. Media, but we also have a Twitch that we stream from when we're diving in and going more in depth with, a lot of the things that are censored here on this platform. Mostly in regards to in and around the things that happened in the year 2020, right, and all the things that have stemmed from that year. Typically we go to Twitch to discuss those things where we don't have an issue with being able to talk about it. But here lately we've been dealing mainly with just the news, okay, just things that are happening more so outside of the medical parts of 2020. And so with that, we're for now able to more so speak on those things freely. So that's the reason why we've been able to be here on YouTube here in recent weeks. Okay, looking to get back on schedule, looking to start doing the G.O.C.C. Fit once again. We are gearing up for our G.O.C.C. Health Initiative, as well as our Hebrew Gala in Augusta, Georgia in June. So a lot of work's going on behind the scenes when it comes to getting that up and prep. So definitely when it comes to health, you also can make sure that you're subscribed to G.O.C.C. Southwest. So that way, whenever we do a live stream for G.O.C.C. Fit, you'll know that. Typically, we do that here on G.O.C.C. Media. We do G.O.C.C. Fit on Fridays. All right. All of our backup content is archived on our Odyssey that typically that's done on Twitch. Okay, if we do it here on YouTube, then we typically don't back it up because there's no need to back it up because it's here. All right, Twitch doesn't allow us to keep the stream more than 7 days on our Twitch, so we had to back that up for you all who missed it or would like to rewatch on our Odyssey. All that information can be found on the G.O.C.C Southwest YouTube channel under our links, where you can find our backup content. And don't worry, we record all these broadcasts too, so at any moment, should something happen with, there's videos that have been done, 10, 15 years ago that YouTube will go back and delete and say, well, now we've updated our terms, and now what you said back then violates the new terms, and they'll go in and they'll remove your video. So if they were to do that to any of these ones we've had here on YouTube, I record them all here on my computer. So they're all always backed up and can always be re-uploaded if they get taken down. All right. And I believe that is it for our Friday announcements. The Hebrew and Bible Academy has just started. It has just started. What are we going into? Week 2 this coming week. So it's not too late. If you missed week 1, don't worry. You can get the links for all the recorded past content from last week's. Go to historytimes.org, historytimes.org to find out more about the Hebrew and Bible Academy, as well as to sign up. Okay, make sure you get in there while you can, because so much information. And when we go into the information we go into from day in and day out, there's only so much we can cover in so much amount of time. So, you only get bits and pieces, like on a Friday night. You're only going to get bits and pieces of a puzzle, right? A few puzzle pieces to a huge puzzle. So, Hebrew and Bible Academy is another place where you can get a lot of puzzle pieces to continue to help build that puzzle, so you can see reality clearly, understand history, understand prophecy, learn more about our history and our culture, so on and so forth, right? We also have our new and revamped church website, gatheringchrist.org. All right, where you can go there. We have everything from the holy days to the Hebrew calendar. The new Hebrew calendars are out. If you'd like to buy one, you can get those from our website. We have the G.O.C.C network. Small business owners, entrepreneurs are there with their products and services. If you would like to support the community, you can do so there. If you would like to join the network, you can also inquire through our website. Okay. And we also have the main YouTube channels, right? A Gathering 144 for our church is the primary channel, okay, where you can find our Sabbath lessons, the Wednesday broadcasts, pre-Patreons, all right? So many broadcasts and live streams over the years there. Okay, so make sure you subscribe if you're not. We also have the backup is G.O.C.C. NYC. So make sure you subscribe there. Should anything happen to the main channel, we have the backup. Okay. So we have backups on backups, right? Because with this big tech conglomerate that's out there, they're always looking to come against the truth. And so we want to have multiple outlets in case if something happens to one, we have a fallback. All right. And I believe that pretty much deals with the announcements. So now, without further delay, let's go into our title, as well as insight on the content that we will be discussing for the live stream for today. The title is The Fallout from Civil and World War. The fallout from civil and world war. All right, now, so within this live stream, what are we gonna deal with? Well, so much to talk about. We talk about this live stream so much. But what is fallout? right? We're going to get some definitions here to get some understanding, right? Fallout. What is civil? Okay. What is world? I think pretty much everybody knows what the world is. And then we're talking about war. Okay. Can we see would we say that civil war is going to happen? What is civil war? Could we say world war is going to happen? And what is that? Can we see these things being foreshadowed in our reality right now? Not just in mainstream media, but also within other forms of media. Media is the devil's programming device. Whether you're talking about mainstream media, you're talking about entertainment, like your video games, right? This is his machine where he uses to program. Where you have things like where you would call it white magic, lesser magic, predictive programming, right? We're going to talk about Hollywood, which we know that the wood from the holly tree in times past is where the witches and the wizards would go and take the wood and make wands. So we understand and know that within Hollywood is a wizard and witches haven of casting spell casting. Okay. Spell casting, programming, also foreshadowing. So we're going to deal with Hollywood as well. And then last but not least, what does the Bible have to say when it comes to civil and world war and the fallout from such events? Now, for those that remember, 2 weeks ago on our live stream, we did the broadcast, Iranians' retaliation against Israelis imminently approaching, right? And we were talking about how, it was imminent. All signs were there that was showing us imminently that an attack or a strike from Iran on Israel was near. That Friday night, we saw missiles raining from Lebanon by Hezbollah into northern Israel. And then we haven't, done a live stream since that time. Since that time, what have we seen? What have we seen here? 1 second, let me bring it up. Get it for you all here. We have seen Iran attacks Israel. Tel Aviv says majority of drones, missiles were intercepted. Right? Tel Aviv says majority of drones and missiles were intercepted. So we're going to check this out here real quick and just get some update on what is going on between Iran and Israel. And this happened, I believe, in our time, Saturday, what was it? Saturday early evening or late afternoon, where I was, Central Standard Time, where this started to happen. So early, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning hours on that side of the world when this happened. So right after we did the live stream, this attack and strike broke out. So we're going to check this out and get some little bit of insight to what all has happened and going on here between Iran and Israel. And what does this have to do with the live stream that we are going to discuss for today?
Explosions lit up Israel's night sky as interceptors took down dozens upon dozens of Iranian-launched drones. Israel's military spokesman said the nation's defense systems detected incoming drones, cruise missiles, and ballistic missiles launched from Iran and its proxies.
Together with our allies and partners across the region, we are operating at this very moment to defend Israel from Iran's attack. So far, we have intercepted the vast majority of incoming missiles by Israeli systems.
The damage to Israel was far less than had been feared. Israeli officials said one child was hurt and a military base suffered minor damage. Schools in Israel had closed early, and civilians had been warned to seek shelter from the attack that many had suspected was coming. As it unfolded, Jordan, Iraq, and Lebanon closed their airspace, and U.S. President Joe Biden cut short a trip to Delaware, rushing back to the White House to meet with his National Security Council. In a statement, Biden said U.S. forces helped Israel take down nearly all the incoming drones and missiles. And Biden spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu by phone, affirming the U.S.'s ironclad support. Iran said the weekend's attack was retaliation for Israel's strike on an Iranian diplomatic compound in Damascus earlier this month. Even as the drones rained down on Israel, Iran's mission to the United Nations said the matter can be deemed concluded, but warned more violence would come if Israel or the U.S. retaliated. Iranians rallied in front of the British embassy in Tehran after the attack concluded.
I have never seen in any country, anywhere, that attacking another country and war makes people happy. But tonight, people gave up their sleep so that they can come here and show how important this war is to us, and how glad we are from this attack on Israel.
Leaders in the UK, Europe, and Canada condemned Iran's actions as reckless, unacceptable, and destabilizing for the region. UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres also called for an immediate cessation of hostilities. But Israel has signaled it will respond to Iran's attack. The UN Security Council is expected to discuss efforts to prevent a direct war between the two countries on Sunday. Heidi Jo Castro, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
All right, so there is a quick news report on what followed, probably less than, 24 hours from our last live stream. So we haven't talked about that since then, so I wanted to definitely touch on that real quick. And here is some other visuals from that strike. We have a tweet here. Iranian missiles fly over Al-Aqsa Mosque, where Israel plans to slaughter a red heifer to start Armageddon. Okay, so here is the mosque in Israel, and a site of something that you've never can say that you've probably ever seen in Israel, because Israel doesn't, receive this type of attack, or any type of attack for that most part, especially in this part of the country. Let's see this here. So there is that scene over the mosque. You also have another scene here. It says circulated footage of Iranian missiles hitting Israel. So what happened is Israel stated that, we took out 99% of the missiles and made it seem as if, nothing really happened there. Right. But, when you look at some of this footage, it paints a different story, that there was success with Iran within their strikes. Now, as you see here, you already see a missile that's already struck this area. So you're seeing more missiles come down and hit. And what was said to have been 5 hypersonic missiles that hit a certain part of a military airport area of Israel. And as you see these missiles come down, notice how you don't see really any huge explosion, right? It's not like you're seeing mushroom clouds go up in the sky, because the Iranian strike wasn't meant to necessarily hit anything. It caused significant damage. It was just to let Israel know that we can hit you at any time, and this is our warning. To slow your roll, basically. That's more so what this was. Just Iran flexing and showing, your Iron Dome system is nothing for our weaponry to penetrate, our arrows to penetrate your airspace and hit your land. Okay, so that's what you see happening here. We also have another video, more footage of Iranian missiles hitting Israel. This is those same missiles that hit, just a different angle and different footage. Okay. So just painting a image for brothers and sisters what's happened recently. And so here is some news now in the aftermath of that event. This is our Press TV. It says here, Iran Operation True Promise inflicted strategic defeat on Israel. So this particular operation of Israel getting hit by Iran, the Iranians named it Operation True Promise. Let's see what's said here. It says President Ibrahim Raisi says Iran's retaliatory operation against Israel inflicted not only a military defeat, but also a strategic setback on the occupying Tel Aviv regime, and dissuaded certain regional Arab countries seeking to normalize diplomatic ties with the Zionist entity. The Zionist regime's defeat was an intelligence, security, and military one, but it was a strategic setback above all. Some countries sought to normalize relations with the Zionist regime, but they are now humiliated in the eyes of their own nations. This was a strategic failure for that regime. All right, you keep going down here. Our armed forces are ensuring security and peace, establishing sovereignty across the region, and are completely reliable. The Iranian president stated, urging regional countries to rely on their own assets and Muslim forces rather than foreign interference and partnerships with Israel. Also, underscored that Iran's Operation True Promise was limited and punitive, warning the Tel Aviv regime against any military adventurism as a stronger strike could have totally wiped it out. Okay. So basically, Iran saying, look, if we really would have hit y'all the way we wanted, the way we could, we would have wiped y'all off the map. Okay. This was just letting you know, this is just a small little taste of what we could do. He said the operation shattered the Israeli military's invincibility myth and proved that the regime's power is like a spider's web. Operation True Promise was a limited and not a comprehensive measure. If we had carried out a stronger operation, nothing would have been left out of Israel. Also, the Iranian army stands by the nation and acts to defend the homeland, territorial integrity, and the values of the Islamic Revolution. Our army has distinguished itself from other armies in the world in terms of belief and faith in God and reliance on divine power. Our army is skilled and trained force. Its military know-how is up to date, and such a skill has distinguished the Iranian army. The army is equipped with sophisticated innovations and technologies. The hardware that once had to be operated by other countries before the Islamic Revolution is now updated by capable technicians in the armed forces. Our equipped and updated army, alongside the IRGC and other armed forces, constitute the pillars of our nation's authority. All right, so Iran standing bold and proud with what they demonstrated against the Jewish state. And from there, they issued a warning. Another article here on Press TV. In any war of wills, Iran will give crushing response to aggression. Okay, so this is a week later. Their army chief it says, addressing a meeting with a number of Iranian army commanders in Tehran on Thursday, Mousavi stressed the importance of remaining vigilant in the face of any possible threat, but reiterated at the same time that Iran has no intention to spread war. He added that a series of Iran's retaliatory strikes against the Israeli-occupied territories earlier this month manifested unity among Iran's army, the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps, and Defense Ministry. Okay, we talked about Operation True Promise. Mousavi wished increasing dignity for the honorable Iranian nation and a final victory for the resistance axis, particularly the oppressed people of Palestine and Gaza, as well as acceleration of the Israeli regime's collapse. Okay. So it says here, in retaliation to what happened to the embassy in Syria when Iran's embassy got hit, we talked about it, that they promised a retaliation. The retaliation was the IRGC targeted the occupied territories on April 13th with a barrage of drones and missiles. The retaliatory strike have inflicted damage on Israeli military bases across the occupied Palestinian territories. Following the reprisal, Iran warned Israel against taking any retaliatory actions and also urged the U.S. to try not to involve itself in the conflict and signaled that it viewed the matter as concluded. Now, since then, there was a retaliation by Israel that happened in Iran, and you have conflicting information on both sides. You have on the Iranian side, you have them saying nothing happened in Iran, and on the Israeli side, you have them saying that they were able to do, different types of damage or whatnot with the situation. So, one second here. So, it's nothing really of evidence is showing that there was really anything that happened with the retaliatory strike by Israel on Iran. Also, you haven't seen any type of, retaliation from Iran after this particular operation that happened there. So we could probably say it's safe to say that, if anything did happen, it wasn't of any significance, right? It wasn't of any significance enough to really look to escalate this thing, to another level. So right now, where things stand is things are pretty quiet. Okay, things are pretty quiet. But of course, when you see these things happening, people start to, you could start to become hysterical, right? And we want to talk about that, especially for members of our church, because for years we have prophesied, according to the Bible, that Iran would play a major part in Bible prophecy, especially when we're talking about judgment on America, right? So when a person sees this happening, they will, think, oh my gosh, this is the end of America. And then they'll start to panic, and you'll see people maybe start doing things like getting on planes and, say I'm fleeing to Babylon, its destruction is near, and finding themselves in another country somewhere, and time will go by and life will keep going, and then they'll find themselves in a place where they need help now, and now they're reaching out to the church for help to come bail them out of a position they put themselves in. So we want to also, within this broadcast, deal with the fact that even though Iran is a major player in end time prophecy, there is still so much prophecy left, right? There is still so much prophecy left. And we want to go through a lot of this prophecy. We want to be able to give brothers and sisters a clear understanding of where we are according to prophecy, so that brothers and sisters can see a timeline, and they can get a better understanding of how things play out. And then the encouragement when it comes to, not getting caught up in a hysterical, fearful manner when you see certain events happen. Don't let that be what causes you now to just lose your wits because, oh my gosh, the church said that Iran was going to judge America, so this is it. Well, Iran has sent missiles into Israel, not America. Not only that, but it stopped. See, when you understand prophecy, you understand how it's all going to play itself out. You understand the other prophecies that must come to pass first, right? So we want to deal with that. And let me pull it up here. We're going to be dealing with some maps today too, because we want to go to geography class, and we want to understand things geographically. Very, very important to understand geography, history, so that you can understand prophecy. So here's a map we're going to be touching on today as well, so we can understand Iran. So what you see here is an ancient map of the Medo-Persian Empire, right? We're going to talk about the statue in the book of Daniel as well, but the Medo-Persian Empire was the second part of the statue, right? It's a second part. And so this was an empire that at one point ruled the earth. The children of Israel were under captivity to this empire. So here you see where it says Persia. This is modern day Iran, this particular area right here. Okay, but their empire extended well beyond Iran, what we see today. It extended into parts of Arabia, Saudi Arabia, Syria, different parts of Turkey. You have Greece here, even Egypt. Okay, even Egypt you see here with being a part of this Medo-Persian Empire. Okay, let me just make sure that you all are seeing this. All right, so we're going to be dealing with that. Let me also show you the statue as well. Here goes the statue. Okay, so you have the statue that you hear about and we read about in the book of Daniel. Daniel chapter 2. This statue represented the empires that would rule the earth. The children of Israel would be in captivity starting at the current empire, which was the ancient Babylonian empire, which was the head of the statue. Okay, this was around the year 600 BC. It was also described in this was Daniel 2. This particular statue was described, but you also had Daniel. Actually, I understand. 1 second here. I know what's going on. Why y'all aren't seeing the map. Let me pull the map back up 1 second. Was making some adjustments and the map did not show. So I'll pull it back up for you all to see it. All right. So you should see it now. Should see it now. So going back to this Medo-Persian Empire, here you have Persia. So this particular area here would be like your modern day Iran. Here you have the Persian Gulf. You would have Kuwait right here, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Turkey, okay, Syria, Lebanon, what we know as the Israeli state today, right here on this strip, and then you have Egypt, and then even parts of Greece. So the Medo-Persian Empire extended this whole area. So we're going to talk about this empire. We're going to talk about this map. And if for those of you who have seen the movie 300, then you'll understand who we're talking about here. King Xerxes was the king of this empire during that movie, and they came into Greece. All right, they were coming into Greece, and this is the time. There was a time when the Greeks then rose up and took down this empire. Okay, when you go to the book of Daniel, chapter 2, Daniel talks about this statue. Right, the head of this statue was during the time that Daniel was given his vision. The children of Israel were under captivity of the ancient Babylonians. 605 BC, and then around the time of 605 BC. Well, after that, empire rose and fell. You had the Medo-Persian Empire from around 539 BC. It was the bear in Daniel chapter 7, the silver, or the breast and the arms of this statue that you see here. This was the Medo-Persian Empire. So we're going to talk about this statue also within our broadcast tonight. And the head of the statue was also the lion in Daniel chapter 7. Okay, we're going to talk about those things. Okay. So now, before we go there, 1 second. Let me pull this up for you here, because we want to make sense of all this stuff happening. You know, people have to understand how much prophecy and how much stuff has to, has to come to pass. It doesn't just happen in a split of a, snap of a finger. So we want to kind of lay things out within that in this live stream. We also, again, going to break the title down. Let's check out this right here real quick from Bill Cooper. It says Bill Cooper was asked over 40 years ago about the role of Israel in the Middle East. He said Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy. So he said Israel was created. Now this is fair use on this video here. Fair use. And not only was it created, but it would be an instrument used to bring about the battle of Armageddon and for the fulfillment of prophecy. We've been talking a lot about this lately, especially with Albert Pike's 3 World War letter, right? When he spoke about the 3 World Wars and how Zionism would be used, okay? And how it would be used to provoke the Muslim Arabic world. And then together within that, Zionism and Islam would be destroyed. The Muslim world, the Jewish state, they would all destroy themselves. This isn't Albert Pike's 3 World War letter. But let's see what William Cooper had to say, who was said to have been taken out in the 90s, said to have been a guy that was speaking the truth back then that they took out, allegedly. But let's hear his words here, or what he had to say about the Jewish state.
What role in the Middle East, again, does Israel play in this?
Israel was created as the instrument to bring about the Battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy, a war that will be so terrible, where nuclear weapons will be used, so that the American citizens and the other people in the world will get down on their knees and beg for no more war. And what is the answer to that? They're going to be told the only way we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations.
The only way that we can guarantee no more war is if we destroy the sovereignty of nations. If anybody remembers, the elders have been talking about it, right? With the embassy attack, when you attack embassies, you're attacking a country's sovereignty, right? So what we're looking at is the beginning of the destruction of the sovereignty of nations, where there's not going to be any borders. It's going to be a one world order. Everything is going to be one, similar to how it was under Nimrod with the Tower of Babel.
And we come together as one humanity in a one world government.
Right.
Now I'm telling you, unless the American people wake up and stop it, starting in about 1996, the Battle of Armageddon will become a reality.
So, of course, ahead of his time, he felt that it would happen in 1996, even though there are a lot of elements that happened in and around in the 90s. We talked about the map, the Medo-Persian map. And in the early 90s, you had the beginnings of this with the Persian Gulf War. America had already started started the fuse to be being lit in the early 90s when they invaded Kuwait, right? And Kuwait sits right here, which is right next to Iran. So they told you that they're here for Kuwait. No, they're here to build bases to go against Iran. And then they went into Iraq, which is right here, and would say that, yeah, Saddam Hussein, we're there to get him. So they went in there and they torched the oil fields. And then America left, establishing now the base here in Kuwait. And then, of course, we know how the story goes. 10 years later, 9/11 happens. And eventually Saddam Hussein will be taken down, right? More on these things later. But yeah, so it started then. A lot of what we see happening now started way back then. Okay. So William Cooper was just seeing these things way ahead of his time. So now that we've kind of got up to speed to what's happened since the last live stream, now let's go back to our title for tonight. Let's break it down. What is our title? The fallout from civil and world war. The fallout from civil and world war. So now let's first deal with the definitions. All right, let me pull the definitions up here. And what is the definition for fallout?
Fallout.
Fallout. Here's some definitions. It says the settling to the ground of airborne particles ejected into the atmosphere from the earth by explosions, eruptions, forest fires, etc., especially such settling from nuclear explosions, radioactive fallout. So William Cooper just spoke about a nuclear Armageddon being started by Israel. And it was created as an instrument to bring this about. So this is just one definition of fallout. Okay, but a more broader definition or more universal definition we're going to get here in a moment. You also have the particles themselves within this explosion can be seen as fallout. So a more broader definition of fallout says an unexpected or incidental effect, outcome, or product. You also have effects or results. Okay, so fallout are the effects or the results, unexpected or incidental, that brings forth an outcome or product. Okay. And so when you have an event, you then what comes at the end of the event is the fallout. Okay. What comes after the event, which could also be referred to as the aftermath, is the fallout. All the effects now that come from an event. So now that we have the understanding of fallout, let's get the understanding of the word civil.
Civil.
The definitions of civil, of, relating to, or consisting of citizens. Okay. Citizens of the Commonwealth or state. We also have of citizens in their ordinary capacity or of the ordinary life and affairs of citizens as distinguished from military and ecclesiastical life and affairs. Of the citizen as an individual, befitting a citizen. So when we talk about civil, in this particular context, we're talking about civil war. Understand that civil war, I know a lot of times we talk about civil war. We think back to America in the 1800s, late 1800s, whenever President Lincoln was president, and you had the American Civil War. So you think about something along the lines of color, black versus white. You're thinking, okay, that's civil war. When you have to understand that civil war is any type of war that has to do anything with citizens. When you have citizens warring against one another in any capacity, that's civil war. Doesn't matter what the dynamics are there. Black, white, man, woman, gender, or gender persuasion, political affiliation. It doesn't matter what the dynamics are. Every single one would fall under it being civil, which basically means the civilians warring against each other. Civilians warring against one another. That's what a civil war is. In any type of capacity, that's a civil war. It says here, of or in a condition of social order or organized government, adhering to the norms of polite social intercourse, not deficient in common courtesy. So when they say, you're being civil with someone, typically that means that you're basically morally, lawfully are, adhering to civil discourse between a person, as Christ would say, do unto others as you would want them to do unto you. Okay. Treat your neighbor as you would treat yourself. Be civil with one another. That's what another definition for civil. Okay. This means to be polite, courteous with someone would be to be civil. Okay. So we are to be civil with one another. We are to act as scripture says, if it be possible, all that lies within you, be at peace with all men. But what happens when that peace gets disturbed? Okay. And things are out of alignment. And now that polite social intercourse has been eradicated, okay, has disintegrated. We also have what else? Marked by benevolence. Legally recognized in the ordinary affairs of life, of or relating to civil law. We know the scriptures we have our civil laws according to God. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not bear false witness, honor your mother and your father, right? You have all these laws that we have within our own code of how we operate with one another to be civil. All right. So when we talk about civil war, now we're talking about opposite of being civil with one another. And then when we talk about world, I'm pretty sure we all know what world is, right? The world is the globe, the countries of the world, right? The countries of the world. So we're talking about the effects. We talk about the fallout from civil and world war. We're talking about the effects, the byproduct that comes from citizens, right? Citizens of a country. And then also of the world at war. You have citizens within a society at war, and then you have countries within the world at war. What is the effects that come from such events? Also, how do we get to that point? What has to happen for us to get to a point where society has broken down, where it has gotten to this point? And are we seeing those things happening right now? Are we starting to see the beginnings of this breakdown in our society civilly and nationally to where they can get to the place? They wrote about this day where it would be a one world order, but they also said what must happen in order to get there. You must break society down. Are we seeing society being broken down before our eyes for us to get to this point? All right, we're going to talk about that. We also said we're going to talk about Hollywood, or some may call it Holly Weird. A lot of strange stuff going in Hollywood. Of course, I would say, have a lot of people distracted with a lot of the stuff within the gossip world of, the sexual abuse and all these things happening within Hollywood, and the different people are rolling out, Sean Puffy Combs, and now even you hear, Weinstein and his case being overturned, all this stuff that they're throwing at us that's within the Hollywood industry, which we already know and have known about that industry and what goes on within that. Why are they throwing all this stuff out now? At the same time, we've also seen in the Hollywood machine what they've produced in their productions that they've been putting out, right? Going all the way back to the beginning of Hollywood. You can go back, I don't care, 60, 70, 80, however long ago before motion pictures started, where they were putting a lot of this stuff in entertainment, the predictive programming or the lesser magic from the Hollywood, from the witch's wand, the wizards, right? These Wizards of Oz. And we've talked about this movie, Leave the World Behind, which came out at the end of 2023, produced by the Obamas. Okay. What can we draw to these particular these particular productions? Can we draw from them and be able to see things where they talk about art imitating life and life imitating art? Can we see some of these dynamics that we've been shown in these productions materializing in our reality right now? right? And as well as other productions that have come out more, so maybe further. But here recently, we've been being bombarded, it seems like, with these movies that we're drawing some very strange and peculiar parallels to our reality and events that are happening, that we're seeing unfold. And maybe some things that haven't happened, but we can see some foreshadowing on the world stage that we could see such events happen. Well, let's go over here to, and this is fair use. This is a scene out of Leave the World Behind. Fair use. We talk about civil war. All right, there's a particular scene out of the movie Leave the World Behind where this is discussed. All right, I want to break this scene down and see, this is giving us insight into understanding the topic and title that we have for our live stream today, and as well as our reality going forward. All right, let's check this out. Again, fair use.
I need to know that you're on the level with me. No matter how far this thing goes, I need to know that we're good. Because if what just happened here is happening everywhere, we need to get to that bunker Danny told us about, and we need to get there now.
So we hear the word bunker. We need to get to that bunker, right? Let's remember that term bunker. More on that later.
What are you talking about? You know something. I had a sneaking suspicion, but I wanted more information first. All the signs were there, sure, but I didn't want to scare anyone. You'd have called me crazy because it is crazy. It would have made more sense if we were on the brink of an all-out invasion. But this...
He said, I wanted to share with you my suspicions because all the signs were there. But you would have called me crazy. You would have called me a conspiracy theorist if I had told you earlier with this sneaky suspicion I had. Right? How many of us can relate to that, where we talk to family members about things that we would be deemed conspiratorial, only later for it to happen, right? We get called conspiracy theorists and, nut jobs and whack jobs. I don't think too many times we get an apology later or acknowledgement later after it happens, right? But nonetheless, this is what we're witnessing here in this scene here and Leave the World Behind. Let's keep going.
What? You'd have called me crazy because it is crazy. It would have made more sense if we were on the brink of an all-out invasion.
It would have made sense if we were on the brink of an all-out invasion. See, if it's an all-out invasion, that's clear what's going on. But in this particular movie, that's not what's going on. It's not an all-out invasion. It's more subtle. It's more cryptic, right? It's more hidden, psychological, right? This is how a sorcerer, harnesses their power. It's how a wizard harnesses their power to be able to war against you in the unseen realm, where you're at war. You don't know who you're at war with. It's them, and you can't see them, and you don't know it's them. Okay. And they're winning because you have no clue what's going on. And through this war of attrition, you're slowly being taken out bit by bit.
But this... I didn't think we'd actually let something like this happen. I thought we were smarter than that. What happened? Because my primary client works in the defense sector, I spent a lot of time studying the cost-benefit analysis of military campaigns.
Because his partner works in the defense sector, so he has a client that's within the defense sector of government, he analyzes a lot of the cost-benefit of military campaigns. Wouldn't that be something we could say Obama would if he doesn't know, which being president of the United States for 2 terms, I don't know how he wouldn't be briefed on a lot of these particular scenarios. Wouldn't you say that it wouldn't be hard for him to find out? Right? So we're now seeing this being put into a movie that everyone was raving about when it came out. So everybody's receiving, whether they realize it or not, this programming.
There was one program in particular that terrified my client the most.
There was one program, speaking of programming, there was one program that terrified his client the most. And you know, forgive me, family, but I have to stop this, not only for breaking this down bit by bit, but for fair use, to make sure that, you know, we don't have to deal with any of that from this platform. Okay. So I'm going to stop it just for that sake of nothing else. Okay. There was a program that scared his client the most.
A simple 3-stage maneuver that could topple a country's government from within.
A simple 3-stage maneuver that could topple a country's government from within. Let's hear about this 3-stage maneuver that you could topple a country's government from within, meaning you don't have to lift a finger on the outside to bring a country down. Just do it from within. And then nobody would suspect that a country would be taken down like that. A Trojan horse. We'll release the Trojan horse. It's this, and it's crazy because this is the same tactic and blueprint that's been used for centuries. This isn't anything new. It may be repackaged, updated, more high tech technology that's able to be utilized now than it was in times past. But when you go back and look at the War of Troy, right, within that story, you see the same tactic being used, which is called the Trojan horse.
First stage was isolation.
First stage, isolation.
Disable their communication.
Disable the communications. Here you have a satellite phone. I know some people may have a satellite phone thinking, okay, if the cell phone towers got taken down or something happened, and we've seen a lot of that happening here recently with these cell phone companies having outages where the cellular networks don't work for a period of time. A lot of that happening here lately. Again, art imitating life and life imitating art. But people say, "Oh, give me a sat phone." Well, in this movie, even the sat phone was, you know, a problem. We're trying to use it to communicate. So first thing, take the communications down. They can't communicate, so they don't know what's going on. So they're isolated now. It's just you and whoever you're around. That's it. That's all you got. No internet. As we tell people, hey, get in the church, get those relationships built. When the grid goes down or there's no communications, that access to online is gone. You're not going to have it. You can't just go online and say, okay, let me see what to do next. It's not going to be there. Keep going.
The transportation.
Transportation now is getting taken down. We're going to talk more about this ship here in a moment. Okay, take down the transportation.
Make the target as deaf, dumb, and paralyzed as possible.
Make the target as deaf, dumb, and paralyzed as possible. So your ships aren't going to be able to move you from place to place. Your cars are now all controlled. Tesla cars. That's why they're trying to get everybody in these electric cars. They're saying global warming, and we got to get rid of the gasoline cars because this is all by design, family. Okay, it's all by design. They had to create the boogeyman, which is global warming, to get you to give up your gasoline car to hop in the computerized electric controlled vehicle, because that can be controlled. Okay, easier to control. Shut your cars down. Shut the planes down. So now you're stuck. You're not going anywhere. More than likely, that you can get on a non electrical powered boat, and you can navigate that water, or you can find a horse. Okay, you have some other means, but most of the means that you're used to being able to travel will be gone. What else?
Setting them up for the second stage.
Which sets you up now for the second stage.
Synchronized chaos.
Synchronized chaos. Now that you're isolated and you can't go anywhere, now it's time to drive you insane. Okay? We're going to see how you operate with people in a society where the tensions, the civil tensions of a society, the division is so high, we're going to put you in a box, shake that box around in chaos, and now see how you survive and with interacting. And not only that, we've made it to where everybody's so antisocial through social media and through the device, you don't even know how to interact with people anymore. Right? So you've been set up for this stage not to succeed with your neighbor one-on-one. You don't even know them. Most people don't even know their neighbors or the people in their community.
Terrorize them with covert attacks and misinformation.
Terrorize them with covert attacks and misinformation. We're going to deal with that, what you're seeing here on your screen here in a moment.
Overwhelming their defense capabilities, leaving their weapons systems vulnerable to extremists in their own military.
Overwhelming their weapons capabilities, leaving them open to extremists within their own military.
Without a clear enemy or motive.
Without a clear enemy or motive. Now it becomes dog eat dog. Survival of the fittest. Only the strong survive. Every man for himself. Right? Civil war. Okay? Citizens not able to get along, interact in a civil manner because, hey, I gotta eat, I gotta survive, my family gotta survive. Desperate means call for desperate measures. So what comes next as society breaks down? Because most people aren't prepared mentally, spiritually, or physically to endure and survive such a situation. It'll, catch 99% of people off guard. Even the people that are prepared for it still have to deal with the nut jobs and the wackos out there who have lost their minds. You still got to deal with them and you prepared as much as you could. Like you see here, this particular man on the porch, he prepared. He has all the stuff he needs in his house, but he still has to deal with a gun situation, right? Gun drawn situation of trying to protect what he's attained because they are not prepared.
People start turning on each other.
Here comes the turn. Now people start turning on one another. Here's a civil war. And then perfectly you have the American flag right here. This is all sorcery, fam. This is all magic. When they put these things here like this, it's not accident. Right? It's all in our face.
Done successfully, the third stage would happen on its own.
If done successfully, the third stage would happen on its own. So really with this 3-stage plan, it's really only a two-plan maneuver. If the first two stages are successful, the third one happens on its own. What's the third?
What's the third stage? A coup d'etat.
Coup d'etat. What's coup d'etat?
Civil war.
Civil war. Civil war. Now somebody would say, oh, this is just a movie. Certainly this would never happen, especially here in America, right? Well, we're going to see. We're going to look at stuff happening in our reality currently, recently, as well as see what the Bible has to say about all this. And I think we'll find the answers to whether or not this is just a movie or, we're actually being shown their plans in entertainment form.
Collapse.
Collapse. Okay? The collapse.
This program was considered the most cost-effective way to destabilize a country.
This program was considered the most cost-effective way to destabilize a country. Cost-effective, meaning you don't got to spend any money on military, sending troops in, military weapons in, tanks, helicopters. You're not going to lose any soldiers. You're not going to fire any bullets. You're not spending hardly any money. And you're saving resources, valuable resources to be used later. It can be saved. And you'll let the people you'll let the citizens do your bidding and your dirty work. Right? Why don't we just use them and we can kill two birds with one stone? Right? Cost effective, right?
Because if the target nation was dysfunctional enough,
because if the target nation was dysfunctional enough,
would in essence do the work for you.
It would in essence do the work for you. And tell me America is not a dysfunctional nation. Doesn't mean other countries aren't dysfunctional. But what place is more dysfunctional than America right now? Show me a place in the world as a country. I'm not talking about, there are things going on outside the country. I'm talking about within the society. Show me a more dysfunctional society than America right now. And I don't think it's close. So primarily when we talk about this, we're really speaking about what's, to take place here. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen in other places, but it's going to be worse because the dysfunction here is worse. Okay. A super divided country. And us as black people, we know all too well how divided, even within our community, we are, to where even as genders, we can't even get along. You know it's a problem within your own community if male and female who were designed to coexist and become one can't even get along. That's all the way types of dysfunction. Right?
Whoever started this wants us to finish it.
They started it, but they want us to finish it. Okay? They brought they hit the fuse, they lit the fuse, and we're going to bring the gasoline to burn the whole thing down. That's how it works. All these movements and things that you see happening, we're going to get to that here in a moment. They light the fuse, they spark the fuse, and they'll let us then bring the gasoline to finish what they started. The agent provocateurs. This was part of Albert Pike's plan. When he talked about the Third World War, he said we will get the agent provocateurs of the Illuminati. They need to provoke, spark the plan, and then we'll finish. And now it's starting to set in, right? It took a moment, but now the father and his son, after being this laid down and thinking about everything going on, it's all starting to make sense, right? Right? They are in a what do they call those? A panic room. How do you get out? How do you get out the panic room called America at this point? Only through divine intervention. Only those who have got the oil in the lamps are going to have the light, the hedge of protection to make it through when it goes down. Okay? Then you hear the alarm going off. Alarm time. We're gonna pick back up on the alarm later within the broadcast, right? The fallout of civil and world war. Now, at the same time that this attack happened with Iran and Israel, right? What movie did Hollywood introduce us to? At the same time, this attack with Iran, to show you how this is synchronized, family. This is all synchronized. Okay, these things are running parallel at the same time. This is not just happenstance or coincidence. Hollywood, at the same moment that Iran was about to strike Israel, this movie was released on Thursday. Iran was striking Israel by Saturday. Civil war. It says a journey across a dystopian future America, following a team of military embedded journalists as they race against time to reach D.C. before rebel factions descend upon the White House. And again, we've seen many productions that are similar to a movie like this. This is just the latest chapter. All right, the latest chapter of Hollywood's movie dealing with this particular instance, but the timing, they align their Hollywood with real life, real time. It's the reason why when you look up and you see a movie come out, you look at what's going on in reality, it's happening real time. And when you do the research, we've already talked about Operation Mockingbird, how the CIA, right, and the Pentagon run mainstream media. The Pentagon runs mainstream media through the CIA. Okay. And also through the research, you learn that Hollywood gets their movie ideas and scripts and storylines from the Pentagon and the CIA. So how is it that the military and the Central Intelligence Agencies have so much influence with Hollywood? Because when the truth is stranger than fiction, right? Giving people the real truth in all of its horrors is way more entertaining than just making something up that isn't true. It's the reason why people, when these movies come out, they flock to the theaters to watch them. Most of them for purely entertainment purposes only. To get their latest spell casting programming to be put under the spell. You have those like myself and maybe you brothers and sisters that go critically to look at what's going on, or when you watch a movie to see what's going on. But most people are just watching it for pure entertainment value, for the latest fix, right? Because it resonates. Because it's so, it's in all of its horror, how shocking and whatever disbelief or unbelief that it could ever happen, right? Something about it just draws you to it as a unsuspecting person to look at it as entertainment, as part of the spell, to reel you in. What else do we have here before we jump over to a video? Because we're dealing with just movies right now. We're about to deal with video games here in a moment. Because it's all part of their Hollywood. You also had, you have, for those that are familiar with Marvel, this came out in 2016. Captain America Civil War. You thought it was just entertainment. No, they've been grooming America for this Civil War. If you take the captain off, you have America Civil War. They've been predictively programming and foreshadowing this war coming for a long time. But also within this Marvel Cinematic Universe, at the end of the first phase of their movies, it ended with a depopulation event, infinite war, following by the depopulation event. It was Infinity War, Avengers Infinity War. Then after that, you had Avengers Endgame, where not only, the world was depopulated, the whole universe was depopulated. So they showed us, they're showing us the Civil War, and they also showing us the depopulation event right before 2020. What did Endgame come out? 2019 or was that 2018? Yeah, right before the lockdown comes the Endgame. The Infinity War and the Endgame to show us the depopulation event was coming the year before the lockdown happened. You think that's coincidence, family? And Marvel and DC Comics, with their comic books and their movies, there's so much in them. With the Nephilim, with all these superheroes are after the order of the Nephilim. But you even have the new Captain America, which was at one point New World Order. See, the next Captain America that comes out, New World Order. But it's just coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence that the new Captain America originally was called New World Order, and they had to change it from all of the, people that were now catching on to this title. They changed it to Brave New World, which we know is the same thing. It's just a different way to say it. Okay, you've heard the terminology Brave New World before in regards to New World Order, right? But now, before we move forward, because I'm laying all this out because we're going to be coming back to these particular movies as we go through the information we're going to go through tonight, and as we go through the scriptures, we're going to be referring back to these movies, right? So much in these movies, as well as video games. And I share with you, brothers and sisters, just a little bit that I see. I know you brothers and sisters probably see, a whole lot of things, we don't see so much in it. But I try not to go too deep with it, but just enough to where it's something's just obvious. Like, okay, that's clear.
Following
you also have, we're going to check this out. And we've shown a lot of this stuff many, many times. And we're coming back here because right now there's so much that's happening in our reality that just lines right up with this stuff. Shattered Union, the video game. Fair use. And again, I will be stopping it to interject and break some of these points down, as well as for fair use purposes.
Following a disputed election and a tie vote, the U.S. Congress installs the most unpopular president in U.S. history as David Jefferson Adams becomes the 44th president of the United States.
So you had the most unpopular presidential election in American history, where the 44th president was installed. Now, when you do the math, Donald Trump was the 44th president, right? Because you had, I think it was it Garfield? I think it was Garfield. Garfield he was counted as president twice because he didn't serve concurrent terms. He was elected, then there was another president that came in after him, and then Garfield got reelected. So he served president and was counted two different numbers of presidents, but he's still just one man. So when you do the math, Donald Trump was the 44th president. You also have a book called The Last President in the 1800s where the president's name was Trump, right? But nonetheless, we're seeing this political climate, this volatile political climate where Donald Trump now, president, Biden comes in and is term after him, and now Trump looking to run for president again this coming year for this election. So very, very key. We're in a key moment leading up to the election, which happens supposedly in November. Let's keep going here. Of this year.
As David Jefferson Adams becomes the 44th President of the United States. Shortly after the election, increased unrest,
So what do you see also with this unpopular presidential election? Terror attacks. Keep all these things in mind as we're going through the information tonight, family. Terror attacks.
And a growing number of militias have given
growing numbers of militias
rise to ever-increasing domestic terrorism.
Domestic terrorism, these are buzzwords, okay? Write all these buzzwords down. Terror attack, militia groups, extremist militia groups, domestic terrorism. See, this all fits part of that plan we just heard about that was laid out in Leave the World Behind. This three-step maneuver, three-stage maneuver, right? In order to bring the end game to what you have for a said country like America, its collapse, you must break the country down. We're going to talk about that. How do you break the country down to bring it to its collapse?
In response, the president invokes the Homeland Security Act and declares martial law on the West Coast.
The martial law, another buzzword. Homeland Security Act. So these are things that we look for in our reality. Will we see this in our news tonight? Have we seen it in our news in recent times?
And other areas of the country. Though highly contested, a Supreme Court ruling sidesteps the electoral process.
Then you have the Supreme Court involved. We've seen this happen with Trump and Biden through this mail-in ballots that happened because of the lockdown in 2020. Right? Where the Supreme Court had to get involved with the election.
Disqualifying popular presidential candidates from several states. Public outrage explodes when a sham election leads to incumbent.
A sham election, which leads to public outrage.
David Adams accepting a second term.
A shot is fired, an assassination shot fired at the president.
In office. During the 57th Inauguration Day ceremony.
Then you have the inauguration. Okay? Therefore, the president's been elected. Here comes the inauguration. What happens at the inauguration?
Washington, D.C. is struck by a low-yield nuclear weapon, killing David Adams and most of the U.S. Congress.
Washington, D.C. then gets hit by a low-yield nuke event, terrorist attack. Now, if that's not finna bring the country under total martial law, I don't know what is.
The destruction of Washington, D.C. effectively breaks the chain of success.
The destruction, so Washington, D.C., how many movies have we seen? What are the movies? Olympus Has Fallen, and what was the one with Jamie Foxx where he was president? The name of that movie, where Washington, D.C. is attacked. We've seen these movies here in more recent times, more and more movies of Washington, D.C. being attacked. Now it's been destroyed. Now this game came out in 2005. This isn't a recent game. This was 20 years ago. Washington, D.C. is destroyed. Now the hedge of command has been broken in America. There is no more Washington, D.C. Well, what happens now? That's the political headquarters.
Sending the nation into chaos.
Sends the nation into chaos.
In an emergency vote, the European Union deploys peacekeepers.
In an emergency vote, who? The European Union. Notice, remember that. European Union, we're going to jump back on them later, issues an emergency vote to send in UN peacekeepers
in the greater D.C. area to secure international interest.
To secure America, to secure national interest that now the UN has been sent in their troops by the Ten Horns, the EU.
With separatist sentiment rising, California's governor declares home rule and secedes from...
So the state of California secedes from the U.S. as a state in the Union and becomes its own country.
California's governor declares home rule and secedes from the Union. Texas follows quickly and declares sovereignty, taking neighboring states with them.
Texas then proceeds to also declare itself sovereign and become its own country. Now it's funny because and I don't want to give the movie away for those who haven't seen it, so I hope this isn't giving away too much. But whenever you go and you've watched this movie, Civil War, the new one that just came out, this one here, it's the same two states that are seceded from the Union in this movie, California and Texas. So it's no mystery what has been programmed. The two states that are going to be the biggest parts in this are being shown to be the biggest parts in this: Texas and California. Let's keep going.
Taking neighboring states with them and forming the Republic of Texas. Now, the once United States of America lie in ruin.
The once United States of America, because we know when you're united, you're unified, becomes what?
The time for words has passed, and a second American Civil War now erupts as 7 factions wage war across the land.
A second American Civil War now erupts.
They battle one another to reclaim a nation.
Battling one another to reclaim the nation. And here you have a house divided against itself cannot stand, which we know Christ said that, but yet...
To restore peace. To rebuild this shattered...
They give the quote to Abraham Lincoln. All right. So, yeah, he may have said that, but we know who said it before Lincoln, Christ. Okay, so put the Bible verse up there. But nonetheless, we know what happened during Abraham Lincoln's time, the first American Civil War. So a once United States of America becomes what? Divided. Okay? The divide or the division. And becomes a shattered union.
Shattered union.
Okay. So that is for dealing with the predictive programming side of things. Now we're going to go into some of the elements happening, okay, within our reality right now, the dynamics. And let's examine them. Okay. Let's now examine them. Now, before we do that, because when you talk about Civil War in America, there are 2 train of thoughts for the most part, I would say, right now, if you were looking at it right now, that you would probably make a guess. One could say that there will not be an election this year, that whether it be what you see happening in the Middle East, because we know during times of war, there is no changing of presidents, all that's suspended. So the current president would stay in office, which could lead to a civil war if there's no election, amongst other different things happening within that, leading to civil war. Or you could have a president who's installed, and then because that president has been installed, let's say Donald Trump, then now here comes the civil war, because you'll have countries that, like California, that will secede because they are against Trump. Okay, so either side, you're looking at potential civil war, or even beyond this particular election in the future, but just kind of more so 2 train of thoughts, whether there'll be an election this year or it'll happen with the president in office, civil war will happen. I would say those are probably the 2 most popular school of thoughts when we're talking about civil war. Now, let's move forward here. Also, what has happened since our last live stream? How many of you all experienced this, heard about this? Off NBC News, major 911 outages in 4 states leave millions without an easy way to contact authorities. This happened, and the date here is April 18th, so about a week ago. Let's see. Let's see what all happened here. It says law enforcement agencies across 4 states were left scrambling following reports of major 911 outages that left millions unable to quickly contact authorities in emergencies late Wednesday. Many of the outages reported in Nebraska, Nevada, South Dakota, and Texas were restored by late evening, but the FCC said Thursday its investigation is just getting started. Okay, and we all know what 911 means. We did the broadcast recently. Revelation 911. Okay, 911 we know means emergency. Right? So what happens now when you're in a place of emergency and you go to use that service and it's not available to you? Okay, that's a breakdown in communication. Also, right, we know 911 meaning emergency, meaning that we have maybe some foreshadowing going on here of not only emergency coming. Of course, the 911 services would be affected in a serious emergency. Even if they work, they'd be overwhelmed. So many people calling in, needing help. You probably wouldn't get help because it would be just overwhelmed, inundated. Okay. So we also could see some predictive programming going on here. Some beta testing happening. It says here, so far, there's no indication that the outages were caused by a cyber attack or other malicious act. Interesting, because then this now takes me back to something within art we spoke about tonight, and we spoke about, before now. And also earlier this year, we talked about the cell phone outages that have been happening. So here off the Hollywood, the Witch's Wand reporter, leave the world behind trending amid nationwide cellular outage, or amid nationwide cellular outrage. Many are making the same reference to Netflix apocalyptic disaster movie after nationwide cell networks went down. It says, get to your bunker and stay away from those Teslas because we're apparently living in the opening act of Netflix Leave the World Behind. And of course, you have the sarcasm coming from the Hollywood Reporter, okay, mocking those people, drawing comparison that this is just too eerily weird, that, right on the heels of this movie's release, you're seeing a nationwide cell phone outage that struck the U.S. on Thursday morning and impacted more than 70,000 customers. AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, some of you all out there may have been affected. This was back in February 22nd. And check this out. The problem is serious as it impacted emergency services such as 911. Again, we're seeing that 911 being shown. Okay. And we know what happened on September the 11th, which was 9/11. An event. So 9/11 is synonymous, meaning a lot of different things. All right. We just went through a solar eclipse. Right. And we know that there was all type of occultic rituals happening, CERN and NASA, okay? Shooting rockets up in the sky and opening up portals on that day. And we know that when you look at CERN, it is seated in the areas of Apollo or Apollyon, the ancient places of worship for Apollyon. Let me see if I can pull that up here real quick. And St. Genus Pauli is where CERN is located, part of it, in this territory. The town and temple for this particular area dedicated to Apollyon. We know that Shiva the Destroyer is the same as Apollo or Apollyon, and that the Shiva Destroyer statue sits at CERN. And when you read Revelation 9:11, it talks about the angel and the king of the bottomless pit who had dominion over the demons coming out of the pit. Okay. Revelation 9:1:1. All right, let's come back here. So now, this sounds like a scene out of Leave the World Behind. Still, everyone is seemingly making the same reference. Netflix's recent apocalyptic disaster movie, Leave the World Behind. Isn't it funny how all these references and drawing from this movie, it's just these events just keep, just as soon as this movie comes out, it's like these events happen and it's like, dang, it was like, something I just watched this movie and it's like, I just watched the movie and here it is. I'm seeing this happening in our reality, real time. Okay. Real time. And it dropped at the end of the year going into this 2024 year where we're seeing this happening. Okay. And it opens up this movie, all communications going down after satellites get disabled and an apparent cyber attack. Now we know in the movie it happened and it was, it was permanent. It wasn't just an outage and come back on. Okay. But what we're seeing are foreshadowing. We're seeing tremors. We're seeing birth pains. Right. We're seeing the shadow of things to come. Instances of these events. So let me see if there's any more here. It's just a movie. There's no truth to it. It's just coincidence. Right? But then, not too long after this, we fast forward. And again, the 9/11, this 911 outage wasn't involving cell phones. They said it was a fiber cut. They were installing a light pole which cut fiber, and then now 4 states had a 911 outage a week ago. 2 months ago, it was a cell phone outage that didn't allow people to access 911 or their phone in general. Typically, when your phone doesn't work, let's say if you don't have cellular service, let's say you don't pay your bill or you don't have a SIM card, typically 911 always works on your phone. Okay? It's always supposed to work. So what happens when it doesn't work? All right? So this should be something that people should be paying attention to. I know especially for our sisters because, and not maybe sisters in our church. I think our sisters in our church are well aware, but our sisters have become very dependent upon 911. Feel very comfortable because at any time something goes wrong, they can just call the police to bail them out of a situation, to help them in a situation, and to where it's been weaponized, right, in our community by our sisters. But this is a sign to those sisters out there who maybe stumble across this video who aren't part of our church. What are you going to do when 911 doesn't work? Okay. And it's going down real time and you're single by yourself, or you and your child are by yourself, and you're totally out of pocket. Right. I think 2020, when the lockdown happened, it shined a huge light on this. When sisters were out there by themselves, trying to fend for themselves, trying to fight amongst the people to get stuff that they need to survive. This is how Kevin Samuels blew up, because Kevin Samuels seen this and said, man, there's a serious problem in our community where our women have no men. And when these events happen, they're out of pocket. They're out there by themselves with no help. This is not a place a sister should be in, having to fend and fight to survive, with no man. Okay. So again, we see this happening in our reality straight out the movie, Leave the World Behind. And there's other movies too, but right now we're just mainly speaking on this one. Then you fast forward from April 22nd to March, right around the times of 322, which is Skull and Bones. You have a bridge collapse in Baltimore. And just something about this movie, people keep finding uncanny similarities happening in our reality that we can draw from that movie and say, this reminds me of that movie. This Baltimore bridge collapse and scene from Leave the World Behind are so similar. It's like it's an event each month that reminds me of this movie. So as you come down here, we know it was called the Francis Scott Key that goes that American flag. Francis Scott Key Bridge, which Star Spangled Banner, America's independence, so-called, and collapse, which was a word also used within the Leave the World Behind. Right? Collapse of America, when you do the translation, basically is what I get from it. Okay, and there it is. There is the cargo ship that crashed in, and now you have a ship that's showing that it doesn't have the capacity to be used because it's down. It lost control. And a bridge, a key infrastructure piece in Baltimore, to where now people there aren't able to use this bridge to travel. There's your travel. So first we see the communications. Remember in this this 3-maneuver plan from Leave the World Behind.
Yes, I hear what you.
Whoops, I'm trying to go there. I don't know what YouTube is acting strange.
I need to know that you're on the level.
So the first thing in Leave the World Behind, he said, was what of this plan? Let's hear it.
Was isolation. First stage was isolation. Disable their communication.
Disable their communications. So there goes your cell phone. Okay, your cell phone. Happening in February. I mean, this is in sequence, family. This is in sequential order of the movie. What came after the communications of the cell phone?
And transportation.
Next came the transportation. There goes that ship. So here we see a ship, transportation. We also see the bridge, which is transportation, being taken down. And now all the ships in that harbor, in that bay, cannot move. It's crippled. With the horrific collapse of the Key Bridge in Baltimore earlier, I couldn't help but be reminded of the scene from the film Leave the World Behind, produced by the Obamas. A massive oil tanker runs ashore after a cyber attack shuts down navigation systems. And they're still investigating what happened to the ship. They don't know. But people have speculated it was a cyber attack. Not that it was, but the fact that cyber attack is being used, which is the same premise in this movie, where this ship lost control, right? Loses control and crashes. The White Lion, a slave ship, name of a slave ship. That's, topic for another day. Okay. And of course, it's all just conspiracy theory, right? Of course, they have to come out and spin it. It's sure just a nut job that you would even think that this has anything to do with that movie. Okay? Shame on you for critically thinking and drawing coincidence and parallel. Okay?
90 seconds.
A movie that, and not only that makes it even just more damning is the fact that this is a movie that was actually produced by the Obamas. Like, come on now. Again, we have the guest caller number you see below me, 515-605-9327 if you would like to speak. Now's the time to call in before the call lines close. Call in as quick as you can.
60 seconds.
For those who would like to speak, right, we're going to keep going here. But there's more. But just want to show you that the next part of this maneuver was disable the transportation. Okay. Then what comes next? What comes next? What did the brother say came next after the communication and transportation were disrupted? Let's go back and let's see.
Make the target as deaf, dumb, and paralyzed as possible, setting them up for the second stage.
Setting them up for the second stage. What's the second stage? Again.
10 seconds.
Synchronized chaos.
Synchronized chaos.
Terrorize them with covert attacks and misinformation.
And misinformation. So, brothers and sisters, would you call me crazy, or would we be crazy to think that there couldn't possibly be anything happening right now that would line up with this part of the movie? Nah, it couldn't be. It's impossible. It's impossible. How many of you all have been paying attention to this? This is happening real time right now. Mass chaos breaks out at college campuses across the United States as pro-Palestine protests intensify. So here we see the Israel card, the Palestine card. Also, all these different, dynamics working and intertwining together to produce what? Chaos. Columbia, Harvard, USC, University of Texas at Austin, and others are getting swarmed by protesters. Certainly there couldn't be, after the cell phone outage, and the communications or the transportation with the ship and the bridge being taken out, certainly there could be anything that would line up to the movie happening right now next in sequence. Texas state troopers have been deployed and reportedly made dozens of arrests at the University of Texas at Austin. Harvard Yard has also been taken over by pro-Palestine protesters who are setting up camp after the university threatened to take action. Let's check this out here. What's going on? So now, those who would protest against what's happening in Gaza and be pro-Palestinian are now being arrested for their peaceful protesting. Now, a couple things to take away from this. Does this not remind anyone of 2020? George Floyd? Remember those protests? Black Lives Matter and what was going on? And then here it is 4 years later, leading up right to an election. We have another event of protesting, this time against what's going on in Gaza. Another coincidence, right? Another coincidence. And so that's one part that you see happening here. Okay. You see people who are speaking out against Israel being arrested. But you also have to, speaking of Black Lives Matter, after we, in the midst, we're saying, okay, this just doesn't seem organic. Something about this Black Lives Matter thing seems fake. It seems set up. It seems controlled. It doesn't seem organic, like it's something that is naturally happening. Right? Only to this day, where's Black Lives Matter? Where is Patrisse Cullors? Where are all these people that benefited and got all this money from what happened during that time, leading and going into the election? And the difference between this election and the last one is that this particular protest is attached to war, right? Way bigger than what was happening with Trump and Biden with race. This now is attached on the global scene, way more bigger in scope. So a person would ask themselves, okay, well, we were easily able to understand that Black Lives Matter through the research was a Marxist provocation. It was a Marxist setup. Okay. It was a setup by the very people who in this video you cannot protest against or speak against. Those who say they are and are not, but are of the synagogue of Satan. Black Lives Matter was set up and controlled, just like all the other black movements. For those that caught the Patreon earlier with the elder speaking about the protocols of the learned elders of Zion. This is a page out of their playbook. So now we can look to this as being also controlled and not organic. Because for one, we know Hamas was created by Israel. Okay. Senator Ron Paul got on the Congress floor, the House floor, and spoke and said, spoke about the history and the proof of Hamas. It was created by Israel. A tool used to bring about all of what we see happening now. Just going back to, what did William Cooper say? Israel will be used as an instrument. It was created as an instrument to do what? Bring about the battle of Armageddon and the fulfillment of prophecy. So without these creations, this cannot happen. These things have to be created. Hamas had to be created to bring about what we see happening here, to see what we see happening in the Middle East, in Gaza. Okay. Secondly, how we know. This was April 24th. Okay. We showed this before. Greg Abbott. On March 27th, almost a month to this protesting that started up, Greg Abbott, your governor of Texas, here's a tweet from his official Twitter. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated in Texas. Today, I issued an executive order to fight the increase in acts of anti-Semitism at Texas colleges and universities. Texas stands with our Jewish students. We will ensure our college campuses are safe spaces for the Jewish community. So before these protests broke out, you mean to tell me that Greg Abbott is signing executive orders specifically to deal with what we're seeing happening a month later? Did he have a crystal ball? And now these are happening on Texas campuses in the state of Texas, and arrests are being made behind this executive order that was put in place right before it happened. Now, the coincidence. Oh, let us not forget. It all makes sense. You go to the World Economic Forum, and when you do a search for Greg Abbott, you will find out Greg Abbott graduated from WEF University. Oh yeah, he is a World Economic Forum lapdog. Now, I don't know if Greg Abbott really believes, and he's just, he's trying to do the best for what he believes is the best and is just deceived, or if he knows what he's doing and he knows exactly what he's doing. You try to give a person benefit of the doubt, but unfortunately, because you're dealing with politics, these politicians and their constituents, they're the cabal and the gang that they run with. And I'm sorry, but for me personally, I can't give benefit of the doubt. You've been caught red-handed, no pun intended. You've been caught red-handed. We see you. All right. And that's how these people are always ahead of the curve. These are not organic events. These are Hegelian events. The problem causes a reaction, which brings forth a solution. And that's the part we have to be mindful of, family. Their solutions to the problems that they create. They're agent provocateurs of the Illuminati. Okay. Again, they provide the spark and then they allow us to finish just what was said in Leave the World Behind. Once they cause the chaos, we also know the Freemasonic mantra, order out of chaos. All right. Then they'll allow us to finish what they start. Or let us end what they start. But it gets even better, family, in sequence. What else could possibly come out of these protests? certainly nothing. We've seen the communication breaking down, foreshadowing with the cellular outage in February. We've seen the transportation breakdown with the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Okay, the Star Spangled Banner collapse bridge in March, and now this month we're seeing the chaos, covert chaos dynamic happening. And you wouldn't guess, family. You would not guess it. Let me pull it up here. You would not guess what is also being rolled out at these particular protests. This is Fox News. Death to America's pamphlets circulated at college anti-Israel encampment. Eyewitness says freedom for Palestine means death to America, the pamphlet said. Now, that possibly couldn't be in leave the world behind. Does my memory fail me here? Family, was that also not only a part in the movie, but the next part? We're going in sequence here. This is the part of this getting through the second maneuver here. You know what? Let's watch the scene. We'll watch the scene here off of Leave the World Behind. Fair use for educational purposes only.
It was this huge drone, up flying in the middle of nowhere, dropping off thousands of these. I have no idea what it says.
Huge drone dropping off thousands of these. Thousands of what? Pamphlets. But the serpent, what do the pamphlets say?
Death to America.
Hold up. Is he mistaken? Certainly he didn't say what he just said.
What?
Death to America.
Death to America on the pamphlet. Right on cue, family. We'll leave the world behind. February, March, now we're in April. Okay? And we're seeing Death to America pamphlets being rolled out at the pro-Palestinian events, lining up with the predictive programming in sequence, not scattered all throughout the movie. It's right in line, back to back to back to back. And how does he know it says Death to America? He certainly doesn't read Arabic.
I mean, I don't know what the rest of this means, but this part, it definitely means death to America. I remember from a game I was playing.
He remembers from a game he was playing, which also takes us back to what? Shattered Union, right? Takes us back to Shattered Union because they put the predictive programming in the video games. Okay, he remembers Death to America from a game he was playing because they put the propaganda and the programming in the video games too. So many things being revealed, right? So many things being revealed here. Then what comes next? Now that we're seeing the protest, the Death to America pamphlets being rolled out in these protests, right on schedule. What do we have? Our Politico, two politicians, Cotton and Holly, are saying send in the National Guard, send in the military. Calls for federal action at the university campus come as Monday marks the beginning of the Jewish holiday of Passover. So all this happening, these protests happening right at Passover during the week of their, not, the Jewish Passover, not ours. We already had ours. This is the Babylonian Passover. Okay? Happening during their Feast of Unleavened Bread comes this protest, these huge protests. And now they're calling for the National Guard. And again, going back to Shattered Union, they also showed us this. Martial law, military rolled in. Right? Have we seen them call for National Guard? Also recently, remember New York, the New York subway system, when we showed the video, the National Guard there in the New York subway system? Maybe we can find it on YouTube real quick. There it is. During the migrant crisis, which we're about to hit next, during the migrant crisis, they now in New York said, let's roll out the National Guard. So we're seeing more and more instances of them.
Expect to start seeing hundreds of National Guard members throughout the subway system conducting random bag checks.
Starting to see military being deployed for various reasons. Bag checks. Okay. So now you got your National Guard in place for the bag checks in the subway system because of the migrant crisis. Okay. You're seeing it being called for these pro-Palestinian protests. Death to America pamphlets rolling out. Let's roll the national. So next, are we going to see military in our college campuses? So when we talk about civil war, and primarily here in America, how you get there is you have to break America down. You have to break the society down. And we're just covering a few here today on how they are breaking America down, breaking the society down to bring it to that point of civil war. And so when we come back here, you have what? Off of CNBC, speaking of New York, the immigration crisis may bankrupt cities such as New York, Denver, and Chicago as federal funds fall short of needs. More on bankruptcy here in a moment, but we want to focus on these migrants coming in now, flooding in, taking money, American taxpayer money, getting American jobs now. You also have this thing called squatters, where they're actually able to come in and take over your house legally, being given opportunity to join the military in America, to become, for the exchange, to become American citizens. Okay? Because in Leave the World Behind, he was talking about the invasion. He said if it was an outright invasion, it would have made more sense. It would, explaining they were under attack. So this is what an invasion looks like.
Following a dispute.
But it's a secret invasion.
I need to know that you're on the level with me.
Okay? This is a secret invasion and a secret collapse happening right before our eyes, and we're being given tidbits. Okay? We are being given pieces to show us, the shadow of things to come, the foreshadowing. But they're breaking the country down. Okay, whether it's money being sent to Ukraine, money being sent to Israel, money being given to these migrants coming over. militarizing them, giving them guns now that they're militarized, because when you're in the military, you get your issue. Now you have your foreign army on domestic soil who have no allegiance to your country. They're not from your country. Their allegiance is to where they came from. And their allegiance is to the government that's giving them the money. So now however the government wants to use and steer them, they'll be used and steered. Okay, so people have to understand what an invasion looks like. People have to understand what it took to get to the place of civil war, what it takes to get to this point. Okay, before we even get to the fallout of the aftermath of what happens once it happens and what it's going to be like afterwards or during. And then what comes next? Now that you have migrants here and you have pro-Palestinian protesting and Death to America pamphlets now, it's no longer just a movie. It's no longer Leave the World Behind. Right? These things are happening in real time. So now, right on schedule, off the Daily Mail, you have the FBI director issues chilling warning about possible terror attack on U.S. soil, similar to Russian concert hall massacre, which left 144 people dead. Interesting number there. I wonder if that's subliminal. That, hey, 144 people dead, to me, sounds like killed 144,000, killed the children of Israel. That's a subliminal on what this is all about, what this leads to. Okay, all of this leads to them coming for us. They just have to create the chaos to where now they're able to do it in a more powerful manner than the slow death we've received over the centuries. Okay, it's called Jacob's Trouble. We are increasingly concerned. The FBI director has issued a stark warning about the heightened possibility of a coordinated terror attack in the U.S. Okay, Christopher Wray told NBC such an attack may not be that different from what you saw against the concert hall in Russia. The FBI had 4,000 international terrorism investigations open at the end of the 2023 fiscal year. Okay, so again, all this is lining up to scenes and maneuvers out of this movie. Okay, the chaos. Also with the shattered union, the terrorist attack that happens in Washington, D.C. in this movie.
Following a disputed
that led to the EU taking over America, sending in the UN peacekeeping troops. Matter of fact, at the very beginning of the game,
after the election, increased.
What did they warn us? Increased terror attacks. All right. Understand who the terrorists are. Okay. It's not Osama bin Laden sitting in a cave thinking of ways to hit America. Okay. That's not who it is. It's guys like these who are the real terrorists. Because this right here is psychological terrorism from the FBI. Okay. It's planting the seed of fear and programming. And then they're the ones who are going to execute the event. In whatever capacity the event is, if it's just all a production in theater or it's actually a real, event to where, people seriously get hurt. Right? There's crisis actors involved and it's just theater, or whether it's a real event that they create. Well, I don't know, maybe to be blamed on Christians, Israelites. Okay, but in this game, the terrorist attack, they told you it was coming, and then what happened later down the storyline? Washington D.C. gets hit with the terrorist attack. They plant the seed, and then they execute the plan. And then problem, reaction, solution. In comes the UN peacekeepers from by way of the UN or the EU or the Ten Horns, right? Followed by states seceding from the Union, which leads us, I believe, to our next article here. Off Newsweek. This was this month, April 8th, 2024. U.S. breaking apart with 25 states ready to leave. Texas secessionist. Okay. So again, they showed us Texas in video games and movies. And now here it is in mainstream media. Again, this is Hollywood. They work together. The mainstream media, Hollywood, it's all a production. The CIA, the Pentagon, they're all working together with this psychological warfare to create this great narrative, as Klaus Schwab coined in his book that came out after the lockdown, the great narrative. Because they have to get you to buy in, because they need you to choose a side. And all of this, in order for there to be civil war, there's a dividing line, okay? And that means there's two sides. They need you to choose a side. If you don't believe in any of this stuff, then you're not going to pick a side. And now you're unplugged from the matrix. Now you're a problem. Okay? They need you plugged in. And so they must make the narrative so believable that certainly you have to make a choice. You have to choose a side within their war while they fund both sides. It says a leading Texas independent campaigner has said the United States is breaking apart. More on that later. With over 50% of the population in 25 states ready to secede based on his interpretation of two recent surveys by the polling company YouGov. So again, this is seed planting going on here, getting you prepped for the divide. The claim was made by Daniel Miller, the president of the pro-independence Texas nationalist movement, in the most recent edition of his Texas News podcast. Questions about the integrity of the U.S. have increased in the face of fiercely partisan politics in Congress and the contested 2020 presidential election. There it goes. Okay. Contested presidential election, which they had to bring in the Supreme Court, right? The sham election, the most contested, unpopular president, most contested election is leading to what? Increasing secession sentiments. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't people that feel this way. Okay. But at the end of the day, it could very well be that that this is all just fabricated, right? Again, to form public opinion. The media is designed to think for you and to make you believe what they want you to believe. In February 2023, House Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene sparked controversy after calling for a national divorce between red states and blue states. So they're even calling for it in the House, in government. Again, they're programming. Between February 2nd and 5th, YouGov asked 35,000 Americans whether they would support their state seceding from the Union and becoming an independent nation. The results vary considerably from highs of 36% in Alaska to 31% in Texas and 29% in California to a low of 13% in Minnesota. Across the U.S., the survey found that 23% of Americans wanted their state to become independent, with 51% opposed and 27% unsure. There goes the Texas state flag. Okay. And what do you see? The Lone Star. And Texas is called the what? The Lone Star State. What is a loner? What does it mean to be lone? It means to be by yourself. So I don't see this as coincidence that Texas from the beginning has had a Lone Star on its flag and called the Lone Star State, telling me that eventually one day they had planned this to be the case the whole time. Texas all alone. All right. And the number 25, which means half, that's a dividing line, equally divided. And so as you're seeing the society break down with all these, different things that they're executing within our country, breaking America down. Here you have Target is locking up all their merchandise and it's rolling out nationwide. I just spoke to some Target employees and they just confirmed they will be rolling out to every Target in the country. This is not the country I grew up in.
Francisco is going to be the only store to lock everything up. I just spoke to some Target employees and they just confirmed with me that they will be rolling this out to every Target location in the country. So Targets all across America are going to start locking up everything. This is not the country I grew up in. What's happening in America? Looks like San Francisco.
All right. So before we go to our next part here, let us turn to the call lines. We have a caller here. Let me go ahead and bring them in. We have the caller from the 831 area code. 831, Shabbat Shalom. You are live.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I didn't really have. I just had a question about because I had emailed the church about a book that the Elder Rawchaa was looking for in the past, and I don't know if he got it or not. He was looking for the book, The Black Awakening, Rise of the Satanic Super Soldiers.
Okay.
And I was just trying to find ways to get the message to him to let him know that it's that book is on Amazon right now.
Oh, you just wanted him to know where to get it.
Yeah, it's on that, but they price gouged it. It's really high.
Okay.
It's
give me 1 second. Let me look it up here, and that way I can just send him the link. What's it called? What's the name of the book?
Because I know he was talking about it. The Black Awakening, Rise of the Satanic Super Soldiers and the Coming Chaos.
Oh.
It was by Russ Dizdar.
Oh wow, $1,200, $1,100.
Yeah. Wow. 1,000.
Well.
And they only have one left, but I thought I'd just let him know, and he'd make up his mind if he wanted it or not.
Yeah, I mean he may spend that much for it, but I don't know. Wow, that's
That's the only place I can find it too, because I kept my eye on it from time to time, trying to see if they ever put it out there again. But it's that's where it is.
Well, the title in itself is very. I mean, just right on time.
He said he lost the book or something.
Okay.
He always wanted it back, but so I'm like, there you go, if you want it.
Yeah, with a lot of the stuff we've been talking about as a church, and here on Friday night as well. This is right on time. This book sounds like boy. It's putting it right on point with where we've been bringing out.
Yeah, I didn't want to tell him on the radio show, or try to find a way where there's not a lot of people, because I didn't want some people could be real weird. They'll probably buy it just so he can't have it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, yeah,
Okay, well,
I doubt.
I'll send him
Yeah,
the
well, that's it.
information.
That's
And
all I wanted to know is just to try to get him to know that that book is there if he wanted.
okay. Well, thank you for calling in and
All right,
letting
bye-bye.
us know. I'll let him know. The water.
All right, bye-bye.
Shabbat Shalom. Boy, I would definitely love to read this book. Man. Well, let us continue here. Now that we have cleared the call lines, we don't have any other callers. Let's keep going. So now we're speaking of further, and then we're going to go to the scriptures and break all this down according to the Bible. Okay. So brothers and sisters, understand where we are in prophecy, how it works. It's not as simple as Iran shot a missile into Israel and now America's about to get blown up. There's a lot of time and prophecies that have to unfold, okay, before it becomes time to now migrate up out of here. Things to look for, okay, as well as laying it all out, how it's going to unfold. And then on top of that, we talk about the fallout of what's going to happen from all this. What is the fallout? What are the effects from the civil and the world war? Speaking of, we talked about the migrants, and let me pull it up here. The immigration crisis may bankrupt cities such as New York, Denver, and Chicago as federal funds fall short of needs. So now we're speaking about how they're breaking this country down, okay, geopolitically, socially, the social engineering, the moral degradation of America, and there's just a slow decay. And through this crisis, migrant and others, here comes the bankruptcy. So now let's talk about the bankruptcy of America. This is in Revelation 17 also, of them doing this. I'm not sure if it showed this earlier, but here is the article. Immigration crisis may bankrupt cities. Okay, now we're going over to shtfplan.com. I cannot afford to live. Americans get emotional as the U.S. economy goes off the rails. The U.S. economy goes off the rails. Okay, this is probably either off of End of the American Dream. Okay, The Economic Collapse. Blog by Michael Snyder, who also has endoftheamericandream.com as well. How is the U.S. economy going off the rails to a point to where Americans can afford to live? Right, inflation and everything else. It says, as we approach what is likely to be the most chaotic, because that word chaos, presidential election in U.S. history, trouble signs are starting to erupt for the U.S. economy. In fact, CNN is actually admitting that the long predicted storm clouds in the economy may actually be forming. I can't remember the last time that I saw a CNN article with a headline like that. But at this point, it is becoming extremely difficult for the mainstream media to avoid the truth. Inflation is getting worse at the same time that many key sectors of our economy are slowing down. If you thought that the last couple of years were rough for the economy, just wait until you see what is coming next. Tremendous turmoil is on the horizon, and the American people are becoming increasingly emotional about our rapidly growing economic problems. Okay, so when you're bringing in migrants, you're giving them all of our money. You're sending all the money over to Ukraine and in Israel. And then you're giving the jobs that you would once have laying you off to give them to the migrants. And then on top of that, inflation rising. Okay. Now you're starting to see people in economic despair, financial despair. All right. So this is a squeeze, right? Being squeezed into Jacob's trouble. And we learned on Wednesday that prices jumped even more than expected during the month of March. Okay. Gasoline, we're going to talk about that later. Housing. Okay. So what else do we have here? So it says if prices were raising 3.5% annually, that would be outstanding news. However, they're raising 3.5% per month, which is horrible news. Okay. So we have the cost of energy. So your electricity, okay, stuff like that, up 36.9% from January 2021. So prices are going up, wages are going down. You're not getting your annual cost of living adjustments. You're getting laid off your jobs. Okay, what does all this spell? It says, of course, energy prices are going to go a lot higher than they are right now. Just wait until Iran and Israel start lobbing missiles at one another. Remember, Bill Cooper said that Israel, the Jewish state, was created so that it could reduce the sovereignty of all nations. It could destroy sovereignty of all nations. Well, how's the way you do that? You bring about the economic collapse. Okay, you bring about the economic collapse to where now all nations are under one currency. So everything's coming under one, which destroys sovereignty of nations. No more borders. Everything is now one. Housing has become insanely expensive as well. A big part of housing becoming expensive is that most people rent. Well, guess what? If your mortgage for a house is $2,000 and then you're going to rent that out to somebody and let's say you charge them $2,500 a month to actually gain a profit, I'm just throwing numbers out. Okay, that is only going to increase. A person's paying more for something that doesn't cost that much, right? You're paying more money than if you were just to buy the house yourself versus renting. Okay. And then the landlord has to raise the rent, every time the lease is up for the adjustment. Okay. But you also have mortgage, you have insurance, insurance going up, which is going to drive the mortgages up. You have the interest rates going up, which is going to drive the mortgage up. It says the truth is that we are in the midst of the worst inflation crisis that any of us have ever seen. The price of food is also going nuts. At one location in California, a 40-piece order of chicken McNuggets and 2 orders of large fries will now set you back more than $25. So even the places that they're selling us death at, the fast food, spots, their dollar menu and their cheap menu stuff now is off the charts expensive. Okay. So not only are they going to kill you with that, what they call food, they're going to shake you down and take you for all your money at the same time. It says, with everything that is going on, I can certainly understand why Americans are getting so emotional about inflation. Okay, recently one TikTok user racked up 5 million views when he posted a rant in which he boldly declared that I cannot afford to live. Okay, at the end of this rant, this user stated the American dream is dead. Death to America, anyone? Okay, many can identify with that. Now, this is what they told us was Bidenomics. Okay, Biden ran on the whole pretext that Bidenomics was coming and the American economy was going to thrive. I mean, it's only been the exact opposite. It was all a lie. It was all a smokescreen. They just needed you to believe and have hope. And every year during election season, they're selling you hope because they need you engaged. They need you locked in. Okay. The minute you're not locked in is the minute they no longer have control over the people, over the citizens. How many of y'all seen the Dollar Tree and Family Store? The Dollar Tree and the Family Dollar price is going up. Okay, no longer the Dollar Tree, no longer the Family Dollar. Not only are their prices going up, they're closing about 1,000 stores. So you're starting to see stores shutting down. Big major retail chains, restaurant chains shutting down. All over America, stores that were once thriving will soon be boarded up. Okay, America is closed for business now. Okay. Just want people to see and understand, which I'm pretty sure most people are experiencing this and can understand. But the reason I'm bringing these articles out, because this leads somewhere. Okay, this leads us to another part of prophecy I want to touch on. Okay, off the same website, U.S. cities fall into a doom loop as the CRE crisis absolutely explodes. What is the CRE crisis? Commercial real estate. Okay, property. What's going on with commercial real estate? In the entire history of the U.S., we have never witnessed an urban collapse of this magnitude. During the pandemic, millions of Americans started working from home, and many of them have never returned to the office. Okay. Meanwhile, rapidly rising levels of crime, homelessness, and migration have transformed many of our inner cities into extremely dangerous places. As a result, thousands upon thousands of businesses have left our core urban areas in search of greener pastures. So now there is lots and lots of commercial real estate space that is sitting empty, and commercial real estate prices have absolutely plummeted. At this moment, we are in the midst of a meltdown that I believe will eventually be regarded as the worst commercial real estate collapse that America has ever seen. So we're seeing all these dynamics happening, okay, and they're all going to culminate. Okay, they're all running and they're all synchronized. In the month of March, the number of commercial real estate foreclosures was 117% higher than a year ago. Right, March of 2023, 117% higher for commercial real estate foreclosures. You also have it's up 6% from February. From the month before, it's up 6%. So you're starting to see the trends of it just getting worse. Talks about how bad things are in California on the West Coast. Here is what St. Louis looked like in 1904. Okay, World's Fair, St. Louis, 1904. So what once looked like this, now St. Louis, in this article, is said to look like a hellhole. Recently, a vacant office building in the downtown area sold for 98% less than it did in 2006. So you can go in and buy this commercial real estate, but the problem of it is, you know, unless you have a niche in the market, and unless you're in the right spot, you're not going to make any money. You're not going to do business. So it almost doesn't make any sense. And it's pennies on the dollar to get it. Doesn't even make sense to buy it at 90% less. That's how bad it is. Very few people want to live or work in downtown St. Louis these days because it has become a very dangerous place. And I would probably say that's the case with most downtown major cities. As things continue to get worse, more people want to leave. At this point, just about everyone acknowledges that St. Louis is trapped in an urban doom loop. Okay? It's like a black hole. Not only that, violence is a constant threat, and it has experienced the largest decline in foot traffic of any major U.S. city. New York was once one of the finest cities on the entire planet, but now the streets are littered with open air markets that are selling stolen goods, drugs, and sex services. All right. And it's the police are patrolling the streets, but as soon as the police leave, these criminal activities recommence. What they're calling open air markets. Okay, so again, Hollywood gave us the movie some decades ago, Escape from New York, which ultimately, we're going to have to get out of these cities and into the wild, off grid, because these cities are going to be. Here it is, and this is the reason why Target is locking up all their products on the shelves. Here you have shoplifting gangs close New York City stores forever.
New York has been losing millions of dollars as a result of retail theft, and New York City saw the largest surge in shoplifting since 2019 than any other U.S. city, according to a study.
Malls, supermarkets, discount stores, all shutting down because shoplifting here is now so bad it is a $4.4 billion part of the state's economy, and it's only getting worse.
Tonight, a massive retail theft ring bust in New York, leading to 41 people arrested.
Across the country, shoplifting and organized retail theft cost retailers an estimated $69 billion a year.
Organized retail theft. Okay. So this has become big business. Shoplifting has become big business. Right? Full-time jobs. It's just easier to run in the store, grab what you want, and get out of there. Right? By the time 911, if it even works at this point with all these outages, by the time the police get around to it, you're scot-free, long gone. And as more people cannot work, or inflation can't afford stuff, it just increases the thievery. Okay? So this is the sign of an empire on decline, on the verge of collapse. This is what societal collapse looks like. Okay? Primarily America. You don't see this stuff happening on this level in other countries. Okay? What else do we have? Few more, and then we're going to now make it all make sense with scripture. This is why the price of gasoline could soon double. Can you imagine paying $7 for a gallon of gasoline? It could soon happen because it appears that Israel is about to strike Iran, and that is likely to cause events in the Middle East to spiral completely out of control. Right now, approximately 1/5 of all oil used in the world goes through the Strait of Hormuz. An apocalyptic war in the region could potentially close the Strait of Hormuz until the conflict is resolved one way or the other. In addition, oil infrastructure could be destroyed in Iran and other nations in the Middle East as the fighting rages. And that could substantially reduce global oil production for an extended period of time. Our way of life depends on cheap oil. And so if a major regional war in the Middle East causes the price of oil to go skyrocketing, that is going to deeply affect all of us. Okay. And I don't know if anybody's seen the spike in gas prices when Iran hit Israel. Okay. It jumped. It was like 50 cents per gallon jump. I noticed now it's come down some since then, but keep an eye on, is another sign. Keep an eye on those gas prices as they start to creep up. A lot of people are going to be making some really tough decisions when it comes to driving their vehicles. You'll think twice about getting in your car and going to whatever destination you're planning on going to. You're going to see a lot less cars on the roads. Okay, and then with this spike in gasoline prices is going to then spike the resource prices, your food and your commodities prices will then spike. It says at the same time, and the same expert also warned that if the price of oil reaches $125 a barrel, it could push the U.S. economy into a recession. Okay. If Israel and Iran start lobbing thousands of missiles at one another, we could easily see the price of oil surpass $150 a barrel. And it is likely that the average price of gasoline in the U.S. would shoot past $7 a gallon. And if nuclear weapons are used in the Middle East, there is no telling what might happen. Okay. So the time is not quite yet for this war to become full scale. Again, all of what we're seeing in our reality right now is just little instances of what's to come. You'll see a little strike in Israel. You'll see a little cell phone outage here. You'll see, a ship crash into a bridge. You're just seeing little instances of stuff happening right now. Until they're ready to open up the floodgates and let the floods come in, it just becomes all at once, or it just continues to increase more and more, where you're the proverbial frog in the boiling pot of hot water. Okay, so a good way to cause oil and gas prices to go up, just blame the Iranians, blame the war in the Middle East. Right? There's always someone to blame for when things go wrong and they're looking to do what they do. Okay. Again, there's a lot here in these articles. I'm just hitting a few points because I'm going to give you all these articles. Y'all can read them in totality on your own. So with all this being said, we have financial experts coming out like Paul Craig Roberts. A massive financial collapse is coming that will destroy everyone's assets. There goes your dollar in a syringe. It is yet to be fully unveiled, but the U.S. has been robbed blind by the powers that be, which have underwritten America's financial assets as collateral for the coming pop of the derivative and financial bubble. Wildly outside of public view, those in control have made a series of regulatory changes preceding the coming collapse that basically dispossess the American people of all of our property. Most Americans have no idea this has happened, but when the rubber meets the road, they will learn in an instant that their lives and futures have been stolen from them. So in this 3-part series, Paul Craig Roberts unpacks the great dispossession, that the bubble will in fact pop. It's not a matter of if it will pop, but rather when it reaches its inevitable limit. Okay. The Fed suddenly and rapidly moved from 0 to 5% interest rates, a reversal of the policy that drove up prices of stocks and bonds. The Fed raises rates by reducing money supply growth, thus removing the factors supporting high stock prices and collapsing the value of bonds. This results in a lowering of the value of stocks and bonds serving as collateral for loans, which of course means the loans and financial institution behind them are in trouble. Bonds have already taken a hit. The stock market is holding because participants believe the Fed is about to reverse its interest rate policy and lower rates. The biggest bubble pop ever. Prior to the great stock market crash of 1929, the velocity of circulation took a precipitous fall. This means the number of times a dollar is spent during a given period of time decreased dramatically, which destabilized the markets. What happened in the lead up to 1929 is once again happening today. The 21st century as a whole is marked by a long-term drop in the velocity of circulation, which is currently at the lowest level on record. Okay. So basically, we have a huge bubble, financial bubble, that when it pops, comes collapse. And what does that lead us to with the collapse of the financial system, Amalek's technology becoming your best friend, meaning you and the tech become one. How many people are familiar of your cryptos here? Crypto Jews, not just Elon Musk, but you also have Bezos, who is the owner of Amazon and Whole Foods, also as well as Bill Gates. Surprise, surprise. Team up to beat rival Elon Musk Neuralink. So a lot of people running around talking about Elon Musk as the Antichrist because he's got Neuralink, not understanding that Elon Musk is just a face. Okay, he just has the money. He's not the genius behind Neuralink. He's just the face you see. Okay, all these cryptos, these crypto Jews here, they just have money. Their superpower is money. But they have the ability to put the money in the place to where it can work for what they want it to work for. In this case, Amazon and Microsoft owners enter brain chip making race to beat Musk. No, they're not in a race to beat each other. They're in a race working together. They want you to believe they're working against each other so that it seems like this is a good thing. The brain chip is a great thing. No, they're working together. All right. They're all Antichrist. There isn't one. Okay. Anybody doing this brain chip making is an Antichrist. And that's what all this economic despair articles we just went through is where it leads. Okay. To where now it will become digital currency. They have the Fed now, which is your CBDC, in place as of last year. All these events are lining up simultaneously. Okay. And now this tech is going to be your spending. You're only going to be able to buy or sell with it ingrained within your person, right hand or forehead. And it's not just these three guys that are getting credit for working on this. You have many companies working on these brain chips. Many. This is a beast effort here. Okay, a conglomerate effort of Antichrist working to bring about their daddy's plan. Period. As it is written in the scriptures. Okay, so I'm bringing these things out to show you what's happening real time in the news. So now when we go to the Bible, we're going to make it all make sense. So you understand the timeline, where we are at, the prophecies that have to happen, how it's going to happen, and to show us where we are in prophecy, and it lines perfectly in real time. Okay. At the same time, their predictive programming, they're showing it to in Hollywood. All right. And so the other side of this, while America's being broken down, ready for the collapse, so that the mark of the beast can be instituted. Don't forget, America is the reserve world currency with the petrodollar. So whatever happens financially with America is going to happen to the whole world. Okay, so it starts in America. At the same time, parallel, simultaneously, you have this happening, the polycrisis. Colombian ruler says Iran's attack on Israel is a prelude to World War III. Right? That's what this all leads to. The Colombian ruler is blaming the United States for Iran's attack on Israel and constant escalation toward a world war Gustavo Petro raised concern about escalating tensions, which he says are a prelude to World War III, while criticizing U.S. support for Israel, which is seen as contributing to global instability. So this Colombian ruler sees how this is being used to cause instability in the world, to bring about World War III, okay, collapse the world, right, taking us right back to William Cooper, right? Israel's being used to bring this about, to bring this to pass. It was predictable. We're now in the prelude to World War III, precisely when humanity should rebuild its own economy towards the rapid goal of decarbonization. The support of the U.S. in practice for a genocide has ignited the world. Everyone knows how wars start. No one knows how they end. If only the people of Israel were high enough, like their ancestors, to stop the madness of their ruler. The UN must meet urgently. It must immediately commit to peace. We're on the cusp of World War III, and the U.S.'s support for genocide has set the world on fire, he said, according to the Iran press. All right, let's see if we have anything else here. So Trump made a joke about World War III, Trump Jr., World War III being a small price to pay for his dad being taken off Twitter. And here's the end of this article. With World War III a real possibility right now, statements like Trump's are not going to age well. No war is a small price. They are all exact a huge price in blood from the slave class, because the rulers and tyrants never send themselves or their children to kill people. They've never met in their name. They rely on brainwashed slaves to take the moral hit for them. All right, so now let us deal with the end of Leave the World Behind. Because at the end of this three-stage plan of this three-step maneuver of breaking America down, the most cost-effective way to destabilize a country, what comes at the end of it all? Well, you hear what? You hear the alarm going off? The alarm going off and then what? Fair use. Fair use. At the end of this, you see what? The mushroom clouds. Right? So even in the Leave the World Behind, at the end of all the Civil War, they show us the mushroom clouds. And from there, what do you see? It takes us over to the house with a little girl. She finds the bunker. So now back, remember when he said we got to hurry up and get to that bunker. So you see the mushroom clouds and you see the bunker now. So it shows you what happens as the country is broken down internally. The end game are the mushroom clouds. Now she's in the bunker. Everything comes on. The emergency alert system. The White House under attack. Same thing we saw in the video game Shattered Union. White House and major cities under attack by rogue armed forces. Also, elevated radiation levels. Where does the radiation come? Nuclear bombs. Seek immediate shelter. Right? Shelter in place. So then, at the same time that this Civil War movie was released, right before the Iran strike on Israel, you had the TV series Fallout come out the same day on Amazon Prime. In a future post-apocalyptic Los Angeles brought about by nuclear decimation, citizens must live in underground bunkers to protect themselves from radiation, mutants, and bandits. So real quick on this Fallout here. Which trailer was it here? I think it's this trailer here. And I know some of you probably have seen this. I still have yet to watch this series. I played Fallout 3 in New Vegas back in the day, so I'm familiar with the story, but pretty sure there's a lot within this movie. However, we read earlier what the Fallout is. One of the definitions is from nuclear Armageddon. And how does this show start off? Starts off with the mushroom cloud. That's how it starts. And then how does it begin? In the bunker. Okay, it starts in the bunker, just like Leave the World Behind. Where after the smoke settles, okay, after the fallout settles, now you're left to deal with the fallout. So you come out the bunker.
I know that I've lived a relatively comfortable life.
Fair use.
Stop! Lucy!
And then you come out to the fallout. Okay? The aftermath of the nuclear event. And then we heard about the Maui fires and who was that? Mark Zuckerberg's bunker that he had in Maui. You know, we're hearing all this bunker talk at the same time. Okay, and you come out to a desolate wasteland. Okay, here in America. Takes place here. Good old US of A.
You need to go home. Vault dwellers are an endangered species.
Just giving you an idea of a glimpse into the fallout, right? Hollywood also last year had one of its Oscar movies come out, won many, many Oscars, Oppenheimer. The story of American scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer and his role in the development of the atomic bomb. So Oppenheimer, who was Jewish, is said to be the actual mind, producer behind the atom bomb that was dropped in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And again, this was last year. And it won Oscars. So again, this constant bombardment of, and this takes us back to World War II, and we know World War III follows World War II. Okay? They're taking us right back to that moment of that mushroom cloud moment. And I'm pretty sure within one of these trailers, you can find the mushroom cloud. There it goes. All right. He's seen it in a vision. And then he went and made it. Okay, so why does Hollywood keep bombarding us with these images of mushroom clouds here recently? I mean, we can't get enough of seeing mushroom clouds. Right? Before this, there was another movie that came out, if anybody has seen it, called The Divide. Right, and I'm showing this also because this is very key in the scriptures we're about to go into as well. I'm showing this reason why I'm showing these things. Came out in 2011. It says here, survivors of a nuclear attack are grouped together for days in the basement of their apartment building where fear and dwindling supplies wear away at their dynamic. Okay. And so here's how the movie starts. Mushroom cloud in New York.
We're gonna go now!
And then they run to the bunker where, again, you're trapped in a bunker with people, with strangers who you don't know. Supplies are dwindling. You can't go outside because of the fallout. What do you think is going to happen in that bunker? So it gives you a glimpse in a very harsh look into surviving in those conditions. Right. So they're giving us a lot of glimpse in. And it says here in the movie poster, the lucky ones died in the blast. Okay, because the horrors that would now happen. You think the fallout or the zombies are your biggest enemy. And when you watch these shows, Walking Dead and all these shows we're showing, it shows you the biggest enemy is man. Okay. Not the fallout, but mankind being your greatest enemy. Okay, and now before we go into scriptures, there's one last thing I want to show from Leave the World Behind. Remember the Death to America pamphlets? That they found with the, let's see what said here about those pamphlets.
Found yesterday. It's a big drone dropping these everywhere. It means death to America, so we're thinking Iranians.
He's thinking Iranians. More subliminals.
I remember hearing something on NPR once about their cyber capabilities. Why is that funny?
Before the phones went out, I heard from a friend of mine in San Diego about a similar event.
So just wanted to show how they're even programming with the Iranians in this movie also. Now, let's deal with the scriptures on this. Now that we've seen these things in our reality with reports, we've took a trip down the predictive programming road. Now let's dive into the scriptures. What do the scriptures say about all this and make of all of what we have discussed so far? Let's start in the book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 15. I'm going to pull it up here. Second Esdras chapter 15. We discussed this last broadcast, but now we're going to give a fully detailed elaboration on the timeline of events that we can expect to happen so we understand prophecy and how things are going to unfold. We're going to first start with the Civil War before we deal with the World War. Okay, so here we are, 2nd Esdras chapter 15, verse 1, and it reads, "Behold, speak thou in the ears of my people the words of prophecy, which I will put in thy mouth, saith the Lord, and cause them to be written in paper, for they are faithful and true." So what we can know off the top, that what we are about to read is 144,000% on point from the Most High. He's going to lay it out. So there isn't any debate. Okay? There isn't any debate when we look at these scriptures and we look at our reality and things that still haven't happened yet, that are to happen in the future. We know for a certainty it's going to happen, and it's going to happen to a T. It's going to happen to a level where even seeing it now, total astonishment. Okay, how on point this all is. Verse 3 tells us, "Fear not the imaginations against thee. Let not the incredulity of them trouble thee that speak against thee." What is incredulity? That is those who are in disbelief or those that are without faith. Okay, so a lot of us have family members or friends who we, prophesy to, try to share this truth with, this testimony with, and they're not trying to hear it. You're conspiracy theorists, on and on and on again, on and on and on, right? And so the scriptures are saying, don't let their lack of faith or belief trouble you. Don't let, them calling you conspiracy theorists or whatever other name, right? Don't let that vex you, right? Talking behind your back, telling people about you. Verse 4 tells us, "For all the unfaithful shall die in their unfaithfulness." All right. They're going to have their part in this if they don't repent, believe, and follow the truth. Right? Okay. This is their end game. All this is happening to get us in the mind of repentance, to make it through what's coming. And if you're not in the mind of repentance, you're not going to make it through what's coming. Okay. Verse 5, behold, saith the Lord, I will bring plagues upon the world, the sword, famine, death, and destruction. Okay. So when we see the word plague, we think disease. Okay. But a plague is way greater than disease. Sword, which is war, famine, lack of food, people dying for whatever reason, and destruction are all plagues. And who are these plagues for? Verse 6, for wickedness hath exceedingly polluted the whole earth, and their hurtful works are fulfilled. Therefore saith the Lord, I will hold my tongue no more as touching their wickedness, which they profanely commit, neither will I suffer them in those things in which they wickedly exercise themselves. Behold, the innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me, and the souls of the just complain continually. Okay, so this is who the plagues are for. Okay, it told us from the top in verse 4 that the unfaithful will die in their unfaithfulness. So these plagues are reserved for the unfaithful. And so it's come a point in time to where, being at the end, the Most High is no longer holding back the judgment. Okay. Innocent and righteous blood crieth unto me. How many innocent and righteous dying every day? We talk about the aborted babies. Okay. All the aborted babies. Okay. All the murdering and killing going on of good people. And the souls of the just complain continually. How many of you can relate? Just every day complaining about this world, complaining about all the evil, wickedness, the madness happening, and you just get tired of it, right? The Most High hears our complaining. Okay, like we just ready for it to be over. This ain't living. Verse 9, and therefore saith the Lord, I will surely avenge them and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. So we have to really believe that. That's where our faith must be. We can't be like the unfaithful. We have to truly believe that the vengeance is coming on our behalf. Okay, those that are complaining, the just souls, there's an avenger coming, the true avenger. Right, not Marvel, but the Most High. Verse 10 tells us, behold, my people is led as a flock to the slaughter. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt. So when you're reading this prophecy, the scripture here, understand that this Egypt is not talking about ancient Egypt. This is talking about what Revelation calls spiritual Egypt, which we know is modern day Egypt, which is America. America is modern day Egypt. Okay, so all the day long, we are being slaughtered here in America. The Most High is saying, I will not suffer them now to dwell in that land. Okay, he's not going to suffer us to continue to dwell here in Babylon. So we have to understand what comes with us not dwelling here. Well, when a place has you under captivity, under bonds, those bonds must be broken. Okay. What happened in ancient times under Moses? Plagues hit Egypt. Okay. It broke us free of our captivity. So again, plagues must happen here to America, but it doesn't just stop with just plagues, because America is not finna just let us go. It's like Egypt wasn't trying to let us go. So something greater has to happen to America so that we can be free permanently of her. Verse 11 says, but I will bring them with a mighty hand and stretched out arm and smite Egypt with plagues as before, and will destroy all the land thereof. So again, just like how ancient Egypt was hit with plagues, modern Egypt, America, is going to get hit with plagues, and we're going to line all the book, chapter, and verses together so you can take all these precepts and you can put them side by side and see how it flows fluidly. It makes perfect sense, okay, how we break it down here. And will destroy all the land thereof. So this is going to be different than it was with Moses, because under Moses, all the land of Egypt wasn't destroyed. But this time around, not only is this particular Egypt, America, going to get hit with plagues, but all the land is going to be destroyed. Keep this in mind. Egypt shall mourn, and the foundation of it shall be smitten with the plague and punishment that God shall bring upon it. They that till the ground shall mourn, for their seed shall fail through the blasting and hail, and with a fearful constellation. What is the blasting and hail and fearful constellation? Okay, this is all the land being destroyed through war here in America. That blasting and hail are the missiles. The fearful constellation or stars are the missiles that are going to come down and destroy America, just as they've been showing us in these movies. Okay, I just showed you several visuals that Hollywood has been showing of the destruction of America through missiles, through nuclear bombs hitting. Okay. But it's not just something that's just, America's getting hit and the whole world is just chilling and everything's fine. Verse 14, woe to the world and them that dwell therein. Okay, so the whole world is going to be going through it. But Egypt, America, is going to be utterly destroyed. Okay, not the whole world. But the whole world is still going to go through tribulation. Verse 15, for the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up and fight against another, and swords in their hands. Okay, this is the civil war. When you have one person, one people, stand up to fight against another people with swords in their hands. Okay, guns, weapons. Right? That's your civil war. I'm going to hold 2nd Esdras 15, and we're going to go to Matthew chapter 24 and get the precepts here. Okay, probably should have started here first, but that's okay. So Christ is asked by the disciples in Matthew 24 and 3. It says, as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? All right. So these are the signs when we know, as far as when it's time for whatever, fleeing. Okay. And when we're at the end, we're going to go into these signs here. We're going to drop down to verse 6. It says, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled. For all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Okay, so when you see a missile hit Iran or hit Israel, the end is not yet. You're going to hear of the Iranian-Israeli war. You're going to hear of the Israel-Palestinian war. You're going to hear of these rumors. Russia may get involved. China may get involved. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things come to pass, but the end is not yet. It's not the end. Prophecies have to be fulfilled. These are the signs. Verse 7, for nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. Exactly what we just read in 2nd Esdras 15. One people shall rise up against another people. So when you talk about a nation, that is a race. Okay. One people or race shall rise up against another. So yeah, there are going to be race wars. There's going to be people fighting, but there's going to be fighting within races. It's not going to just be race on race killing. Okay. It's going to be everybody killing everybody, but having a preference for your race. and kingdom against kingdom. So at the same time that civil war, that's what it means for a nation to rise against nation, civil war, you're also going to have what? Kingdom against kingdom, world war happening parallel, in conjunction. And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places. So exactly what we just read in 2nd Esdras 15. Let's go back to 2nd Esdras 15. Christ said, all these are the beginning of sorrows. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Okay. So why will one people stand up and fight against another? Verse 16. For there shall be sedition among men. What is sedition? Betrayal. Okay. Backstabbing. Insurrection. Sedition among men and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the course of their actions shall stand in their power. So again, we're dealing with the civil war. Sedition against men. When we go back to Matthew 24, verse 10, it says, and then shall many be offended and shall betray one another and shall hate one another. And what comes with that? Sedition. Okay. Verse 12, and because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. So going back to 2nd Esdras 15, we're reading about it here. Let's keep going. Verse 17, a man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able to. Why will a man not be able to go into a city? Let's look at verse 18. For because of their pride, the cities shall be troubled. The houses shall be destroyed and men shall be afraid. So the cities are going to be a war zone. You're not going to be able to go into the cities if you want to survive. You're going to have to get out the city. You're going to have to be out in the wild. And as much danger that is out there in the wild and surviving and being able to have food and shelter and all that, you're going to have a 100-fold chance of surviving under those conditions than surviving in the city. Okay. Going back to, like I said, the movies like Escape New York, Escape LA, Escape Los Angeles. Okay. Because the cities are going to be so bad. You're going to want to go in the city because, hey, there's food in the city. There's shelter in the city. There's provision. But you go in that city and you can live another day or, fight another day being hungry. But you go in that city and your blood gets shed. That's it. No more seeing tomorrow. So you rather take your chances of, okay, I'll wait to try to figure out my next meal. I'll sleep under a tree. Okay. And it may be a group. It may be, however it unfolds, whether you're by yourself or you're with groups of people. We all hope to be together, but that's not practical, that all of us are going to be together as every single instant unfolds. Okay. We'll try to be as many of us together as possible every step of the way. That's our plan. All right. So much fear in the cities, afraid to go into the city, a fear while you're living in the city, gangs, gang lords running the city, running these cities, military, not being able to buy or sell without the mark, war zones, It says here, verse 19, a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and for great tribulation. So again, we've seen it earlier and leave the world behind. You had two men who were looking to get provisions because the son needed help. They didn't have it, so they ran up on their neighbor. Okay, with the sword, looking to take what he had. Like, you're going to give us what we need. Now, of course, in that situation, no shots were fired. But here, according to scripture, it's going to get so bad that a man is not going to have pity upon his neighbor. Only thing he's going to be looking at is what does his neighbor have, and I need what he has. House destroyed, goods spoiled because of lack of food and great trouble. Verse 20. Behold, saith the Most High, I will call together all the kings of the earth to reverence me, which are from the rising of the sun, from the south, from the east, and Lebanus, to turn themselves one against another and repay the things that they have done to them. So while this civil war is happening, the war in the east is unfolding. Let me pull up our maps here. I had the map up earlier. Pull that up. We had the Medo-Persian Empire map. Again, we're going to be dealing with Persia here in a moment. But who is Libanus? Let's see who Libanus is here. This is off Wikipedia. Who is Libanus? When you look at Wikipedia, it says Mount Lebanon, also known as Lebanon Mountains, the ancient name for which was Libanus, okay, or Libanus. Okay, so Lebanon. Where is Lebanon? So we see the map here. We're going to zoom in right in this area so you can get a geographical understanding of what's happening here. So we see Lebanon right here, Libanus. So it's specifically mentioning a location now. It said the east, now it's specifically mentioning Lebanon. Here you have Syria, Damascus. You have the Jewish Israeli state here, Jerusalem. And then next to that, you have Jordan. All this is going to be key in what we're going into here, so everybody can understand prophecy, how this unfolds, where to be and where not to be. Okay, let's go back. So while the civil war is happening, the Most High has things unfolding in the Middle East. Okay, the rising of the sun, the kings of the earth. Verse 21 says, like as they do yet this day unto my chosen, so will I do also and recompense in their bosom. Thus saith the Lord God. Again, this is for us. This is for his chosen. So the same trouble that they've given us, all these years, decades, centuries, that trouble is about to come right down on their head. So he's bringing them all together so they can get some of this smoke that they've been giving us. Okay, in that area. They've been giving us the smoke. Now they about to get the smoke. It says here, verse 22, my right hand shall not spare the sinners, and my sword shall not cease over them that shed innocent blood upon the earth. The fire is gone forth from his wrath and hath consumed the foundations of the earth, and the sinners like the straw that is kindled. Okay, so now, right, those being brought into this war, those being struck down by the fire from this war, is meant for the sinners, the wicked, the incredulous, those that have no faith, those who are coming against the chosen. Verse 24, woe to them that sin and keep not my commandments, saith the Lord. I will not spare them. Go your way, ye children, from the power. Defile not my sanctuary. For the Lord knoweth all them that sin against him, and therefore delivereth he them unto death and destruction. So these fires from these missiles, these mushroom clouds, this is your real Holocaust happening here. People are going to be delivered as a burnt sacrifice to Satan, the sinners. Right? So we're just looking to steer clear and get out the way. And that's the biggest thing we can do in what's coming. Okay, we're not on either side. Okay, it's only one side we're on. We're on Christ's side. And so we're just looking to get out the way. We're not getting emotionally caught up in no pro-Palestinian protests. We're not getting caught up in no pro-Israeli protests. No pro-Iranian protest. We're not getting caught up in none of that. We're not getting caught up in Republican versus Democrat, Black Lives Matter, none of that. Okay, while they're all fighting, we're going to be looking to escape out the back door while no one's looking. All right, they look up and try to look for us, we're gone. Okay, this is reserved for them. We want no parts of it. Verse 27. For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them, for God shall not deliver you, because ye have sinned against him. So now, before we now deal with the world, the whole world, let's stick with America here, with this civil war. Okay, let's stick with this civil war for now. So we're going to hold 2nd Esdras 15. We're going to come back. We're going to jump around now. We're going to now jump over to Isaiah chapter 13. I'm going to jump through a few books and a few chapters here. Okay, because the civil war happening in America is part of the judgment. It's part of America being broken down. It says here, the burden, Isaiah 13:1, the burden of Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see. So another word or another name for America, the same as Egypt, is Babylon. Okay, America is Babylon, prophetically, the daughter of Babylon, Babylon the Great. Okay, let me see where I want to hit next here. So when you come down here, linking into 2nd Esdras 15, what we just read, Isaiah 13:9 says what? Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, cruel both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate, and he shall destroy the sinners thereof out of it. What do we read in 2nd Esdras 15? Verse 24, woe to them that sin and keep not my commandments, saith the Lord. Verse 22, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. All right, so I'm just showing you how this is linking straight up with Isaiah chapter 13. Okay, but you got to link the precepts. Right? If you keep going in here, coming back to Isaiah 13. Let me find it here. Keeping on with the sinners, Isaiah 13:11, and I will punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity, and I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. So that's what's happening in the midst of all this happening in the earth. That's what this is all about. From here, let us jump back over to Matthew 24. Okay, we're going to jump in between books now. Hold Isaiah 13, hold 2nd Esdras 15. Now we're going to go over to Matthew 24. Okay, so Christ speaks about the end, right? We're seeing the civil war, nation against nation, one people rising up against another. Okay, what else is happening within this as a sign? Matthew 24, verse 15. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet stand in the holy place, whosoever readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. So at this point is when the fleeing is, due. At this point is now when the fleeing should commence. What is the abomination of desolation that Christ is referencing that Daniel prophesied here? We must understand what this is. Well, in order to understand, we must go to the book of Daniel. Okay, so we're going into the book of Daniel. to get this desolation of abomination. We're going to Daniel chapter 12. Okay, and you can read all these chapters on your own as well. There's a lot of good stuff in here, but I'm just sticking with the timeline here. Christ said when you see the desolation of abomination happen, then understand that's when it's time to flee. That's a sign when it's time to flee. Have we got to that point of the desolation of abomination? Let's see. Daniel 12 and 11. And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days. So this is what Christ was referencing. The abomination that maketh desolate set up. So once this is set up, starts a time, starts a countdown. Okay. There's a timeline for a purpose. We're going to break it all down. Okay. But what happens within this abomination that maketh desolate? Well, it says before the daily sacrifice shall be taken away. What's the daily sacrifice? Well, in order to get that, we must now go to Revelation chapter 13. Right? Revelations chapter 13. Now, in Revelations chapter 13 is dealing with two beasts. Okay, it's two beasts within one. All right, because Daniel saw four beasts. Right, he saw four beasts. However, when John is seeing this beast, the first beast and the second here in Revelation 13, he's dealing with the fourth beast. But there is a rise and fall and resurrection of this fourth beast. So this first beast that John is seeing is Rome, okay, the ancient Roman Empire. Okay, he's seeing the fall of the ancient Roman Empire only for a second beast to rise up out within this fourth beast, to rise up out this Roman Empire in America. Okay, so this second beast that John is seeing within this fourth beast that Daniel saw is America, the little horn. It says here in Revelation 13, and we're going to drop down to, and this is why, brothers and sisters need to get into the academy, because all this stuff is broken down in the academy. We can't break it all down. There's way too much to break down here. I mean, it's already a lot being broken down right now. But for those who don't have the understanding on these two beasts here in Revelation 13, get in the academy. It's broken down. Okay, but for now, understand that this is America. What is America going to do? Revelation 13:15. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. All right, a mark, right hand or forehead. Verse 17, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. So what are we seeing happening in our reality right now in America? We're seeing Jeff Bezos, Bill Gates, and Elon Musk all being credited with coming up with a brain chip. It's funny that Bill Gates has a patent, a 666 patent through Microsoft, all connected to money. Okay, so we're talking about digital spending. Remember, America is the reserve currency. So if this buying and selling system is to be implemented, it's going to be implemented with the country that has the reserve currency, the dollar. It's going to be the country dictating, right, the ability to buy or sell without this mark in the right hand or brain or forehead, which is your brain chip. right? So now, when we come back to Daniel, chapter 12, when you talk about the daily sacrifice being taken away, your daily sacrifice would include things like you going to work every day. That's your daily sacrifice. Okay, well, how are you going to get paid if the system has become digital and you can only buy or sell if you have this mark in the right hand or forehead? Without the mark, you can't buy or sell. Well, your daily sacrifice has just been taken away. What you sacrifice for daily, you go and work to get paid. Now you can't spend that money because you need the mark to sell it. Okay? Your food, you're eating, your daily sacrifice, right? Because when you work, you eat. But if you can't buy or sell, you cannot buy food to eat. Okay, so it's all encompassing all of that. You're buying, you're selling, your work, it's all attached to money so that you can, pay bills, you can eat. Once this happens, once America has instituted, you can only buy or sell with this mark in the right hand or forehead. What did Daniel say? That this is the abomination of desolation being set up. What did Christ tell us in Matthew 24 when you see the desolation of abomination set up? Matthew 24:16, then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Not before, okay, but after you see this happen. And then Daniel goes into it because Daniel tells us that once this happens, let me get back to Daniel 11. Once the abomination of desolation is set up, there shall be, Daniel 12 and 11, there shall be 1,290 days. So there's a time. What time is that? That's the time to make it into the wilderness. Okay? You're going to have that amount of time to make it to the wilderness for safety once it's set up. So you're going to have to flee at that time. And for those who are part of our church, who's to say that before this, we're not already moving people around, getting ahead of the 8 ball? But just understand at this point, this is at this time, there is no bunkering down. I'm just going to bunker down and wait it out and wait for the smoke to clear. Right? You're not coming out of no bunker in America. All right. Once the bombs drop in America, there is no like the TV show or game Fallout where you come out of the bunker and roam the wildlands. Right? We're going to get to that. There ain't going to be nobody in America. Nobody's going to be able to survive America. So you come out that bunker, it's over. Okay? So, but at this point, we understand, okay, now it's time. If we haven't left, it's time to start making plans to get out of here, get out of America. But until that time, all right, we're going to go into it here in a moment. It's not time. There's other prophecies unfolding outside of America. But in the midst of this, leading up to the collapse, you're going to have continued breakdown of society. You're going to have the continued civil war here in America leading up to the mark of the beast and beyond. Okay. And beyond. There's more there, but I want to leave that there. And then I want to come back to, I want to continue to jump around. Okay. We're going to jump, to Revelation 18 now. America breaking down. Okay. America under the Civil War. Right. So we're still all within the same timeline of events here, just dealing with America right now. And then we're going to dealing with the Civil War. And then we're going to deal with the World War. So Revelation 18:1 says what? And these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, and is become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. So that's what we're seeing happening right now in America. America is fallen. It's fallen into a state of moral degeneracy, immoral degeneracy, degradation. Okay, it's fallen economically with all this money being sent out across the world, Ukraine, Israel, migrants coming in. All right, the sodomites are all the way out the closet. The nihilists have been unleashed here in America. Okay, Americans have become deeper in sin, have left off from the principles of God. Okay, so now here come the demons home to roost for bodies, okay, for possession. The chickens are coming home to roost here in America. Verse 3, for all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. And the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her, and the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacy. So we all know how in debt America is. Okay, America is a consumer nation. All the nation come here to do business. New York City is the biggest port, merchant port in the world. All right. So all these countries come in here with their products and services to do business and get rich off of America. America's sending money, billions and billions of dollars to all these countries now. It's always, pretty much been doing it, but here recently on an unprecedented level. Wax rich through abundance. And that's when you have power, you can do that. When you have the world reserve currency, you can do this. You can just print money out of thin air and send it out, right? You get the petrodollar. Verse 4, and I heard another voice from heaven saying, come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that you receive not of her plagues. So again, at some point, it will come a time where you will have to leave. You will have to leave. We just broke that down. The daily sacrifice is taken away. At that point, starts a time clock. Okay? We're not there yet. There is no mark of the beast where you can't buy or sell yet. Okay? But in the meantime, we can come out of her mentally. We can come out of her spiritually. So with it, all the laws, all the abominable laws and culture that America is putting out there for you to indulge in, we can come out of her mentally and spiritually and not partake and be separate. Come out from amongst them and be ye separate from her. Okay? That's what we're doing right now, rehearsing the righteous acts, getting ready. Because if you can't come out of her sins now, trust me, when you leave America, you're going to continue in those same sins, whatever country you go to. I've seen it. Okay, I've traveled the whole world with the church. I've seen people who left and didn't come out of their sins, weren't rooted in Christ. Okay, only to return to their vomit. Okay, and be worse than they were before they got baptized, to where the point where a lot of these people probably don't even believe in the Bible anymore. Okay, they're agnostic or atheist now because they weren't grounded in Christ. They were grounded in fleeing out of fear. Okay, and being an Israelite. That was their roots, their doctrine. That's what they were rooted in. You can't sustain on that. This is the battleground. America is the battleground, the spiritual warfare battle zone. Okay, perfect your righteousness here in this country. Okay, if you can perfect living in this wicked cesspool, this habitation of devils, and you can perfect your walk here in this country, then you can go outside of here, right? And be fine and sustain. But if you can't master it here, you're just going to go out there and do the same thing. Okay, like the children of Israel coming out of Egypt, built the golden calf, naked woman sliding down the calf, throwing coins and all. You'll be one of those. Okay. Verse 5. For her sins have reached unto heaven, and God hath remembered her iniquities. Reward her even as she hath rewarded you, and double unto her according to her works, and the cup which she hath filled to her double. How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously. So much torment and sorrow give her, for she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow. Okay, and that's the incredulous that Second Esdras was talking about, the unfaithful, okay, whose pride has become the pride of man. Man has become his own God here. I am a God. That's a lot of people's mentality, whether they say it or not. Okay. And that's your 666, man over God. That's the mentality and the pride of being an American. Trust me, you travel the world, you hear the other nations talk about Americans' pride and how they can't stand how prideful Americans are. Okay, no humility. Verse 8, therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine. Those are the plagues. We're not going to get to the judgment yet. So these plagues link right back into 2 Esdras 15. Okay, what chapter was that, or what verse? 2 Esdras 15. Okay, I hope you all are connecting these precepts because they all line up perfectly. Remember, Most High told Esdras, write down, speaking to the ears of my people, the words of prophecy, and write them on a paper, for they are faithful and true. Verse 5, behold, saith the Lord, I will bring plagues upon the world, the sword, famine, death, and then comes the destruction. Okay, and then when you drop down here to Egypt, he will smite Egypt with plagues as before, and will destroy all the land thereof. So we're getting close to the destruction here in a moment, but let us now get to the continual breaking, because America has to be broken. Okay, it's slowly deteriorating, but it has to be broken. So there's another event that must happen before America's judgment. We're going to go back to Revelation 16, or back to Revelation. We're going to go to chapter 16. And we're going to talk about the seventh bowl. Revelation 16:17 says what? And the seventh angel poured out his vial into the air. And there came a great voice out of the temple of heaven from the throne saying, it is done. And there were voices and thunders and lightnings, and there was a great earthquake, such as was not since men were upon the earth, so mighty an earthquake and so great. And the great city was divided into three parts, and the cities of the nations fell. And great Babylon came in remembrance before God to give unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. Okay, so this great city is Babylon. It's going to be divided into three parts from a earthquake the world has never seen. So as America is going through the Civil War, okay, during this time of the Civil War, at the very end is going to come a great earthquake. Even the U.S. Navy knows it. All right. When you look at the future U.S. Navy map of the future of America, they show America in three parts. Okay, where it's divided by huge swaths of water, huge oceans going in between America, dividing it into three parts. Now, of course, this is just a depiction, right? Just kind of give you an idea, right? But you also have this map. It says U.S. Navy map of future America. Okay, three parts. One part over here, two here, and then your third here. All the coastline are going to be gone. California, how long have we been hearing about California falling into the ocean? Okay. And it also shows you the number of reactors in America. Notice how all of the U.S., majority of the U.S. nuclear facilities have been built in this area where these, pools are going to be. So imagine all these nuclear reactors falling into the ocean, okay, being destroyed with continuous fallout. We talk about the fallout, right? Fallout doesn't just come from the missiles coming, okay? A nuclear reactor produces fallout. So you're going to have fallout coming from the reactors in America. It's part of her plagues. Okay? Part of her plagues is going to be, and they again, and Leave the World Behind, it talked about radiation threat on the emergency broadcast at the end. Okay? So this has to happen first also. Now, at this point, I would say the mark of the beast has already been implemented. We'll see. Okay. We'll see. But regardless, America has to be, intact for this judgment to happen, this particular instant to happen first. All right. So let me pull it up here now. So now that we've touched on that, we're going to jump over here to Daniel chapter 2 now. Daniel chapter 2. And again, in Daniel chapter 2, Daniel is being shown this statue right here. Daniel is being shown this statue. We're going to focus on the end, which is the bottom of the statue. You have the iron legs, the fourth kingdom, the fourth beast, which is the Roman Empire. 168 BC is the time, the dragon. So this when John the Revelator is speaking about the dragon, Revelations 13 and Revelations 12, okay, he's talking about this fourth beast here, okay? And we're going to talk more so about the toes, 10 toes. So let's come over here. Verse 42 tells us what? And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. And whereas thou sawest iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. Verse 44. And in the days of these kings shall the, let me see. May have missed it here. Okay, yeah, I skipped it here. Verse 41. Daniel 2 and 41. And whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. The kingdom shall be what? Divided. Civil war. So as we go into this kingdom of the 10 toes, it's going to be the divided kingdom. It's not going to mix. Right? It's not going to mix. And there shall be in it the strength of the iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. All right, so let me show this again here. You have the, for those that may not have seen it, the legs here are the Roman Empire, the fourth beast. And within this beast, you have America would come out of this empire, and America is going to fall. So now let's go to Revelation chapter 17 to show these 10 toes. Revelation 17. verse 12. Revelation 17:12 says, "And the 10 horns which thou sawest are 10 kings, which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast. These have one mind and shall give their power and strength unto the beast." Right? So these 10 kings, or these 10 horns, are the 10 toes that we see here on this statue that receive power at the very end, 1 hour with the beast. Okay, the divided kingdom. Now, let's deal with the world war. So now let's jump back to 2nd Esdras 15. Now we're gonna close out here. We're gonna bring it all the way home. So you have the Civil War happening in America. Now we're going to deal with what's going on in the East before we get to America's judgment. Okay, 2nd Esdras 15. Let's drop down to, start back at 27. "For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them, for God shall not deliver you because you have sinned against him." Verse 28. "Behold, an horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots, and the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble." So again, we know Arabia, Saudi Arabia. Let's go back to our maps here. Okay. So here you have Arabia. And earlier Libanus was mentioned, which is right here. Lebanon, right up here in this area. Lebanon. And now we see Arabia being mentioned. All right. Let's drop back to 2nd Esdras 15:30. "Also the Carmanians raging in wrath shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them, and shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians." So who are the Carmanians? Let's pull it up. Wikipedia here. Carmania. It says Middle Persian is a historical region that approximately corresponds to the current province of Kerman, Iran. Okay. So the Carmanians are the Iranians. And when you drop down here to a map, here you have the Persian Gulf. You have Arabia right here. It's the Medo-Persian Empire. You have Persia. All this is Iran. Here's Carmania. Okay, right here at the Strait of Hormuz, right? Carmanians are going to block this port off. It's going to collapse the world economy with oil not flowing out of here. Okay, so there go your Carmanians. They're the Iranians. What are they going to do? "Raging in wrath shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, and with great power shall they come and join battle with them, and shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians." So the Carmanians, the Iranians, are going to join battle against the Arabians, and they're going to waste a portion of Assyria, which is Syria. All right. You see Damascus here. You already see parts of Syria destroyed. All right. So it's showing us a place of area there's a lot of destruction is about to go down in. It's key. Key understanding where not to go and where not to be. We're going to get more to that here in a moment. But also, again, showing how these chapters fluidly link up with the Carmanians raging in wrath. Let's go to Isaiah 13. Let's go to Isaiah 13 here. Judgment on Babylon when you come down here. Isaiah 13:17. "Behold, I will stir up the Medes against them." So there goes those Carmanians raging in wrath. Their Iranians are being stirred up. right? We've seen their embassy get hit in Syria. They sent a strike in on Israel. It's only going to intensify. They're going to continue to be stirred up with great power, which shall not regard silver, and as for gold, they shall not delight in it. Right. So I'm showing you how this is all lining up. Let's go back to 2 Esdras 15. Now we're at verse 31. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature. And if they shall turn themselves conspiring together in great power to persecute them, then these shall be trouble-bled and keep silence through their power and shall flee. And from the land of the Assyrians shall the enemy besiege them and consume some of them, and in their host shall be fear and dread and strife among their kings. Behold, clouds from the east and from the north unto the south, and they are very horrible to look upon, full of wrath and storm. So this is your nuclear war happening, your mushroom clouds that Esdras is seeing. That nuclear Armageddon Bill Cooper spoke about. They shall smite one upon another, and they shall smite down a great multitude of stars upon the earth, even their own star, and blood shall be from the sword unto the belly. So when it talks about smiting one upon another and smiting down a great multitude of stars, even their own star, when you look here, let me pull it up. Give you an example of this. You have what Israel calls their Iron Dome defense system. And we've seen this when we've seen the video footage of Iran missiles coming in to Israel. So you have enemy rockets that get launched up into the sky and other missiles from the other party going up and smiting or hitting and knocking the missiles out the sky. So that's what Esdras is seeing. He's seeing all these missiles flying in the sky, hitting one another in this war. Okay, and let me pull it up again. We saw it here, right? And don't those look like stars to you all coming down, shooting stars, falling stars coming down there? That's what Esdras is saying. Now, this is just a small piece, okay? Small piece. This is nothing to what he's seeing. This is just the beginning before the horrible clouds come of what he's seeing. But those are your stars smiting one upon another, a great multitude of stars, even their own star. And so what's going to happen from these horrible clouds? 2 Esdras 15:36, and dung of men unto the camel's hoof. So dung of men, that means men piled up like dung. Dead bodies everywhere, as if it was just a total wasteland, a total sewage, and just all piles of dung. And instead of being dung, men piled up with bodies. Verse 37, and there shall be great fearfulness and trembling upon earth, and they that see the wrath shall be afraid, and trembling shall come upon them. So right now you're already seeing people seeing this and being afraid, and nothing's even really happening yet. We're just seeing the glimpses in to what was foretold, what was coming. Okay, so you can't lose your mind when these things, when it, start really happening and these horrible visions, these horrible clouds start happening. Okay, you don't want to lose your mind here, or you'll do something out of fear, out of emotion, irrationally. Okay, verse 38, and there shall come great storms from the south and from the north, and another part from the west. And strong winds shall arise from the east, and shall open it. And the cloud which he raised up in wrath, and the star stirred to cause fear toward the east and west wind, shall be destroyed. The great and mighty cloud shall be puffed up, full of wrath, and the star, that they may make all the earth afraid, and them that dwell therein, that they shall pour out every high and eminent place and horrible star. Okay, so again, Esdras is seeing these missiles come in looking like stars, only producing horrible clouds, horrible and terrible clouds of storm, fire and hail, and goes that hail to show you that that hail is synonymous with these missiles, and flying swords, and many waters, that all fields may be full, and all rivers with the abundance of great waters. And they shall break down the cities and walls, mountains and hills, trees of the wood and grass of the meadows, and their corn. So this is going to be a total destruction of the whole. I mean, the whole land is being shaken and quaked and, opening up and, just all types of imaginable destruction. All right. So now let's go a little bit deeper in on this part before we get to America's judgment. So we go over here to Zechariah chapter 9 to show you what's going to be happening in that land. While this is happening over there, again, you're going to have civil war happening in America. But let's go a little bit deeper in what's going to be happening in that land. Zechariah chapter 9. It says, judgment of Israel's enemies. The burden of the word of the Lord in the land of Hadrach and Damascus shall be the rest thereof, when the eyes of man, as of all the tribes of Israel, shall be toward the Lord. So a lot to unpack here. Let's look at Hadrach. Okay, Hadrach is it's a Syrian deity. So we're talking about Syria as well as Damascus. We know Damascus is Syria. So pulling our map back up here again. Damascus, right? This is the land of Syria right here. So we're getting a geographical proximity. But notice it says, when the eyes of man, as of all the tribes of Israel, shall be toward the Lord, meaning everybody's going to see this and understand that the Most High is behind this judgment. Okay, he's going to have our attention as the tribes of Israel. Okay, awaken. We're awakened. Not all of our people are going to wake up, but those that are awake are going to see this and understand what this means as the rest of the world, as of the eyes of man. It says here, and Hamath also shall border thereby, Tyrus, Zidon, though it be very wide. So again, geographical proximity. What is Hamath? Place in Syria. Where is Tyrus? Place in Palestine, also known as Tyre, and Zidon, place in Palestine. Okay, place in Palestine. So let's go to our next map here. So we see Zidon or Sidon, same place. Tyre here. Remember, we saw Libanus earlier in 2nd Esdras 15. We also saw Damascus and Hadrach, which is Syria. Okay, so we're right in the geography. What else do we have? And Tyrus, this is verse 3. And Tyrus did build herself a stronghold, and heaped up silver as the dust, and fine gold as the mire of the streets. Behold, the Lord will cast her out, and he will smite her power in the sea, and she shall be devoured with fire. Okay, so letting you know, fire is coming to this land. And there goes your sea, right? You see the sea right next to Tyre. It's right on the coast. Ashkelon shall see it and fear. Gaza also shall see it and be very sorrowful. And Ekron, for her expectations, shall be ashamed. And the king shall perish from Gaza, and Ashkelon shall not be inhabited. So much destruction. These lands are not going to be inhabited. This land is being made clear for Christ's return and the children of Israel. So when you look at Ashkelon, place in Palestine. Gaza, we know what Gaza is. Also Palestine. Ekron, place in Palestine. Let's pull up our next map here. So you have Gaza right here. Okay, it goes your Dead Sea. It goes Jordan, Gaza, Ashkelon. All right, so it's giving you the proximity, letting you know this is in Palestine. This is the area of the Jewish state. Right, along with Ekron. Verse 6, and a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod, and I will cut off the pride of the Philistine. So Ashdod, where's Ashdod? It goes Ashdod right here. Okay. So again, these are converts, or the Most High considers them bastards. You are not my people, and you're in my land. Okay. He's about to empty out the Gentiles out of that land. And you already see it happening with what Israel, the Jewish state, has already done with the destruction that they're doing in Gaza right now. So when we get involved in a pro-Palestinian protest, do we not realize that we're going against God's judgment, his prophetic judgment on this land for what? What did he say this was for? Judgment on Israel's enemies. So this is judgment on our enemies. And why would we jump in to get involved to be pro either side? You see how they can easily get us caught up in emotion and jump on a side here, on a Palestinian side or on a Israeli side? No. Right? No, we don't get involved. This is for us. This is judgment on our enemies. Now, from here, because we showed it's all happening in this area, and you see Jordan right here. And what have we told people about Jordan? There goes Ekron, right? Ekron's right there in the same area, Dead Sea, and you have Jordan right here. All right. So we told people to get out of Jordan. Let's go to Joel chapter 3. And then after this, we're going to wrap it up by bringing the judgment on Babylon. Okay. Joel chapter 3. Joel chapter 3, it says here, the Lord judges the nations. Check it out. All this, brothers and sisters, the Most High is perfect in his precepts and his words. Joel 3 and 4 says what? Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Zidon? We just showed it on the map. What do you have to do with me? Remember, a bastard shall dwell in Ashdod, right? Those are not the Most High's people there. This goes into us being sold into slavery in this chapter. And all the coasts of Palestine, which we just read in Zechariah chapter 9. Will you render me a recompense? And if you recompense me swiftly and speedily, will I return your recompense upon your own head? All right. So again, read the whole chapter. But what is the Most High doing here? Verse 9. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Prepare war. Wake up the mighty men. Let all the men of war draw near. Let them come up. So the Most High is preparing these nations for judgment. Okay, you're in my land. You've moved my people out of my land, out of their land that I promised Abraham to give them. You've taken their heritage. You have them in captivity. Now I must cleanse the land and get you out of there to make way for Christ's return and my people coming back to their land. You drop down here to verse 12, Joel 3 and 12. Let the heathen be wakened and come up to the valley of Jehoshaphat. Where is the valley of Jehoshaphat? Let's see. Let's go into the Strongs here. Jehoshaphat. A valley near Jerusalem. So when you come in here to a map and you look at Jehoshaphat, here's Jerusalem. Okay, this is the valley of Jehoshaphat, right up in here. You see the Dead Sea. What do you see next to the Dead Sea? Jordan. Okay, this is the valley of Jehoshaphat. So if you're in this land, you're about to be judged. There's a judgment coming. Now, there's a little bit of time left. There's not a lot of time for those people that are in that land. But if you're in that land, you better get out. And if you're thinking about going into that land, you better think twice. If you think you're going to go into that land and come out this smoke and fire still standing, I would say that you're greatly deceived. For there, talking about the valley of Jehoshaphat, will I sit to judge all the heathen round about. So why would we go into the place the Most High is fixing to judge? He's finna judge them, and we're going to go in amongst them to get judged with them. Make any sense? This is a direct instance. You don't believe prophecy. You don't believe in Christ's judgment. You don't believe in his return. Because if you believed in Christ, you would know that land has to be prepared for him to come back to it. The land has to be prepared for us to be allowed into it, to be restored to it. Verse 14, multitudes, multitudes in the valley of decision. For the day of the Lord is near in the valley of decision. So that area this is the valley of decision. And we showed it earlier. The horrible smoke that Ezra's seen. You got Iran here. You got Iraq and Arabia here. Jordan is right here in the middle. And then you have all of Israel and Palestine up in here, Syria, Lebanon. All this area is about to be smoke up in there from Iran. What Iran's going to do. Okay. They're all going to be shooting missiles, right? So it's going to be destruction by all their hand. But I understand Iran is going to be the one still left standing at the end of this fight. We're going to go into it and show it. All right. So now that we see that, now, after all that is finished and leveled, what comes next? 2nd Esdras 15. This is where we're going to finish out to line all these scriptures up here. 2nd Esdras 15, drop down to verse 43. So now all of this has happened. Got civil war happening in America. You know, world war happening on the world stage in the east, the valley of Jehoshaphat. What happens when Iran is finished in the Middle East? And not just Iran. Okay? They won't be alone. Verse 43 says, and they, look at that they, shall go steadfastly unto Babylon and make her afraid. Okay. They shall come to her and besiege her, the star, and all wrath, those missiles, shall they pour out upon her. Then shall the dust and smoke go up into the heaven. Okay. All those mushroom clouds. And all they be about her shall bewail her. Then comes the judgment on America. And they that remain under her shall do service unto them that have put her in fear. Now let's get the account in Isaiah 13. We're going to get the account in all the books we just read, and then that's the conclusion here. Isaiah 13. We see in 17 the Medes being stirred up. You drop down to verse 19. It says, and Babylon, The glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Okay. America's spiritual Sodom. It's going to get the same judgment. What judgment? Right? That star coming down and that smoke going up into the heavens. Verse 20. It shall never be inhabited, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. So they'll give you a show like Fallout, where you come out the bunker at the end of the nuclear apocalypse in California, in LA, and walk around the land. Like they'll give you that fantasy to think you can go down in a bunker in America and come out. No, it shall never be inhabited, meaning anybody going into a bunker in America, okay, once you go into that bunker, if those missiles hit before you get out that bunker and get out of there, that's it. One way or the other, that's it. That's the end of the road for those people. Neither shall the Arabian pitch tent there, neither shall the shepherds make their fold there. Jump over to Revelation 18. It's the same theme. Revelation 18 says what? Verse 8, we talked about the plagues. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day. That one day is a civil war. All right. During that day is the day of civil war in America. Death and mourning and famine. And she shall be utterly burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. Verse 9, and the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and live deliciously with her shall bewail her. The same bewailing we saw in 2 Ezra 15. Oh my gosh. The end of America. Unbelievable. Horrible. And lament for her. Cry for America. When they shall see the smoke of her burning, they'll see all their money going up in smoke and cry at all the fun times and money they made is all gone. Standing afar off for the fear of her torment, saying, alas, alas, the great city Babylon, that mighty city, for in 1 hour is thy judgment come. Okay, and this also goes into 2 Ezra 15 when it spoke about Egypt and how not only was it going to get plagues, but all the land was going to be destroyed. Right? Now, Revelation 16, and I believe this might be the last part off the top of my head. It talks about the great earthquake. What happens after the great earthquake? We know it's going to be divided into 3 parts. Okay, the cities of the nations are going to fall. Okay, and great Babylon came in remembrance before God to give unto her the cup of the wine of the fierceness of his wrath. Verse 20, and every island fled away, and the mountains were not found. So again, you have like your Rocky Mountains, as you see right here. They're not going to be found. They're going to be underwater. Okay, all your mountainous ranges in America are going to be underwater, not found. The islands around America. If the land of America is collapsing, what do you think is going to happen to the islands? They're going to be underwater, collapsing into the ocean. Right? Collapsing into the ocean. What comes next? After this great earthquake, notice what happens next. Verse 21, and there fell upon men a great hail out of heaven. That same hail we read about 2 Ezra 15. Okay, the same way Sodom and Gomorrah had a great hail come out of heaven. Every stone about the weight of a talent, and men blasphemed God because of the plague of the hail, for the plague thereof was exceeding great. So as America is getting missiles raining down on it, the people that didn't listen, the people that wanted to continue to sing on the Titanic, play in the band, are going to go down with the sinking ship. The sinking, stinking ship, and they're going to blaspheme the Most High, right? In their pride, because they didn't, that just goes to show you the pride of America, right? You should have listened, repented, got out of there, but you tried to go down and fight. Like you have all these patriots fighting for America right now. Only at the end, probably going to have some Christians in there too. Like, where was the rapture at? I thought I was going to get raptured. Only for their end to end with this hell out of heaven. All right. And I believe that that's all the precepts. So now you have a clear understanding of how this thing is going to unfold. And there's more scriptures, right? Gives you a timeline, gives you an overview. So when you see war happening in the Middle East, it's not a time to hit the panic button. Okay? Not until the desolation of abomination is set up, which is the mark of the beast here in America. And even then, it's not a time to panic or become hysterical. It's just, okay, what's the next move? It's begun. If we're not already, moved out of America into other different parts, understand at that time starts a timer to get to the wilderness. So when we say we still have time, we still have time. All right. So that's that there. I forgot. Revelation 17. The 10 horns. Verse 16. Revelation 17:16. And the 10 horns which thou sawest upon the beast, these shall hate the whore, and shall make her desolate and naked, and shall eat her flesh, and burn her with fire. Okay. So once you see the EU and Iran join together to turn their sights towards America, okay, understand at that point is when the judgment comes, and it'll come in 1 hour. The plagues one day, the judgment 1 hour, meaning civil war is going to happen for a time. Okay. And the judgment's going to happen quicker when the judgment hits. For God had put in their hearts to fulfill his will and to agree and give their kingdom unto the beast, until the words of God shall be fulfilled. Because the 10 horns, the EU, are going to take back their power from America that they gave her, Rome. Take that power back and rule 1 hour. And then when Christ comes back, it tells you in Daniel chapter 2, when he comes back, he's going to come out like a stone out the sky, a rock. And he's going to hit the toes of this statue and shatter it in pieces. He's going to shatter the 10 horns. And he also shows you that here in Revelation 17, verse 14, that they shall make war with the Lamb. And the Lamb shall overcome them, for he is Lord of lords, King of kings, and they that are with him are called and chosen and faithful. All right. And just to conclude here real quick, probably could have showed this earlier as we're concluding. Right? Even within the Illuminati card game, they show this happening, upheaval. So we're seeing this happening right now with the pro-Palestinian protests. You're seeing the upheaval happening. Okay, what comes next from the upheaval? Law and order. Right, you're seeing these people getting beat down. Okay. Law and order. As well as emergency powers. Now here comes your military. Notice how no longer is it the police, it's now the military. And the military is taking on. You see a brother here, Jacob's trouble. So through the riots and the upheaval and the law and order now, it was all notice how it was white. It was white people. Okay? Started with them. But what does it end with? It ends with the jackboot, military, and a brother on the ground. And he got a bow tie on, so, he looked like he isn't, he's not some thug or something. He's probably a Israelite, Christian, a good upstanding citizen, but this ends with Jacob's trouble. All right, this ends with Jacob's trouble. Then comes your martial law. Right? Now they have a reason to enact martial law for the sake of being at war in Ukraine, being at war against Iran. Right? The martial law. And then to top it off, World War III. All right, all laid out in their Illuminati card game, which was put out in the 90s, and some have said they had been working on that since the 70s, but it was officially released in the 90s to show you they've been planning this and working on this for a long time. But that concludes our broadcast for this live stream. I pray that it was edifying. I know it was a lot of information to go through, but I wanted to make sure we went through this stuff so we could see clearly what they've been presenting to us in our reality. Hollywood, okay, entertainment, as well as the news. The fallout from civil and world war. And what we'll probably do for our next live stream, we'll pick up and discuss more of this fallout from these events, the civil and world war and the fallout of what, going more deeper into the plagues and what's going to happen and what we can expect to deal with in the fallout of all this. All right. So bless you, brothers and sisters. I appreciate your support, your being here, supporting the broadcast as well as this church. I pray that you brothers and sisters continue to be diligent in your walk, looking to finish this race that Christ has set before us. All right. Stay firm and strong in your faith. Keeping your eyes on the prize, family. All right. Till next time, here on Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon for the Gathering of Christ Church. I bid you all a higher speed and a higher bless. Shabbat Shalom.